Hey, how y'all doing this morning? Little early morning start for us here. Just taking some frequency notes here. We've got a really interesting ASW exercise for us today. Be a couple hours. Think we'll have some fun. And we should get a lot out of it. Today's going to be big about how to use the sonar system, classify contacts. I'm going to show you guys how it's really done and how to be effective. And we'll see how long the stream lasts before the government shuts it down, baby. Okay, let's do this. How y'all doing? Let's bring on the YouTube folks, because I heard they want to learn over there. They haven't demonstrated any actual practical ability yet, but we still have not given up hope on them yet. YouTube will be successful if I even have to drag them over the finish line. They will make it. All right, welcome back to Modern Naval Warfare. Today we're going to be doing mission 1 of the game campaign. The campaign is 18 missions long. We're going to do the first one. And if we have time, we'll do the second one. But we'll see how long the first one takes. I've not played this one yet. I've only read the description, which is an ASW exercise with the USS Providence, which is in our scenario fictional story is, excuse me. It was one of the submarines sold to Australia in the AUKUS deal, which I think whenever this game was being built was probably the plan, but that didn't actually happen. But for our purposes here today, the second flight 688 is Australian, and we're going to do a friendly one-on-one naval exercise that requires us to shoot a training torpedo at the target, which will be a 688. So we'll get to show you what a 688 looks like on sonar in this game. And I was kind of impressed. I was looking at the recognition manual. It's not bad. It's not accurate, of course, but it's not bad either. So it's clear that they had some input on what the real frequencies are, and then they just made them so they're not the actual frequencies. Yeah, so it was good. It was good. I'm really impressed. I continue to be blown away by the accuracy of this game. It is very simulator. It's very, you could train on this if they, like in the case of the frequencies, if they just move the frequencies to the real ones, you could use this for training. Yeah, it's that good. All right, let's go and read our orders. See what we got to do here. How's my audio? Audio's good? Audio's good. Are we up on channels? We're up on channels. Okay, good job. Good job, me, setting up the stream. All right, our orders are to proceed to the surface for radio briefing. So in this video game, you have to proceed to above 40 feet is what I think it is to get the radio signal to work. So I have requested that they fix that, but that's what it is right now. So let me just set up my displays and we're gonna come up 40 feet. We'll also take a sounding, make sure we don't see how much water we have beneath us here. I believe they've updated this scenario because whenever I looked at it, it was the same briefing, but it was a different area of the world than what I remember. Okay, which is good. All right, cool. All right, got sonar set up. Let's just go ahead and start heading up periscope depth here. Well, I'm going to head up to 40 feet and see if I can copy the broadcast. It might literally mean above 40 feet, so less than. But let's try going to 40 feet and see if I can do it. Oh yeah, mast and antennas. Go and get those up. I'll need a HDR mast, a comms mast, a sat mast, and the ESM. There's going to be an ESM contact up here for sure, so just prepare yourself for that. So it can be kind of noisy. Oh wow, they actually have the display set up the way I like it. That's nice. I think that's random. Every time I log in, this is a little bit different. So, but it's nice that it's actually the way that I like it today. I'll go ahead and set up the fire control for right now, because if you're working on a target solution for, let's say, the 688i that we're going to track today, you can go into him with a left click, go to TMA Solutions, and have him secure updating a specific Sierra number. That way only you are adjusting the course, range, and speed on that solution. And the computer, the AI, doesn't go back in and change whatever it is that you dialed in. So that's a tool that you're going to want to take advantage of. Let's come over here. Let's set up. So this is kind of neat. So there's only 2 out of 4 tubes loaded, and that's not unreasonable. There's no sense loading all 4 tubes in peacetime. because those tubes need to be maintained. Also, the fewer times you open and shut those doors, the breech doors on the inside where the torpedo room's at, the better, because you're breaking one of the 2-valve isolation safety mechanisms for watertight integrity every time you open that torpedo tube door. So the fewer times you do that underway, even in port, because it's under the water in port too, the better. So we have Mark 48, and then empty. I'm going to try and shoot a water slug today. I don't know if the game will let me do it, but that's how it's done. So unless you're on a weapons range, which we are not. So we'll see what the game judges a exercise torpedo. And it's things like that I see people getting frustrated with in the comments. People don't know that. Unless you're in the Navy, you would never know that. And it's not in the mission briefing. So, we're not ready for this yet. Let's go ahead and get on the scope. And we'll know when we're on the surface because we'll start hearing that ESM go off. It's pretty loud. Pretty loud. All right. Let's turn stabilization on. I'll leave it white for now because it's 1400 Zulu, which is in the middle of the night. We're off the coast of Australia, somewhere in the South Pacific. Let's raise this bad boy up. Good morning, everybody. Rails is here. Alex is here. Good to see you guys. Let me just do a quick safety sweep, make sure we're not getting run over. Okay. Periscope's working great. Awesome. They've been working on the game every day, so it gets they don't update it every day, of course, but it's definitely getting better. Okay, I'll leave that in white for now. This is IR. Aha, that's our radar contact. Let's go over to ESM real quick and see what's that. Okay, contact track is 18. His bearing is 061. So we're going to write that down. It's a UHF radio. Frequency's 3 megahertz, I guess. It doesn't have the actual unit. The bearing is the most important thing. So what we're going to do now is time 1405. He's at bearing 060, right? So we're going to check that again in a few minutes and see where it's at. Let's see which way he's going. Okay. All right, let's go into radio. Let's copy our broadcast here. Let's go and fully raise mast and antennas. I'm just checking my videos, make sure we're good. Yep. Early morning stream. Surprise, surprise. There it is. We're receiving, so we can receive at 40 feet. I hope they change that to a little bit deeper, but right now that's where it's at. And I got the big mug of coffee today because we're going to need it. We are going to need this. So we're going to go into a little one-on-one against another 6. Well, we're Virginia, and they're 688. What block are we? I didn't check that. I know we're block 2, 3, or 4. I'm not sure which one. I don't know. I should have read that part. Hey, Alonzo, thank you for watching over there on Rumble. Alonzo is our dedicated Rumble guru, operator. The channel is enabled. Yeah, I don't know where you see that, and I don't know how to change that. So if you can change it out of a subscriber-only chat, Alonzo, please do that. Because we don't have any subscribers on Rumble. I don't even think people can subscribe over there. It should just be free. I don't know. But that's what I thought it was. So we're receiving DMR2 Delta here. It's right behind me. There. Channel's disabled. Oh, thank you. Oh, I misread you, did I? Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, good. So you know how to operate it over there. You already know more than I do, Alonso. And I greatly appreciate that. That's a big message. What's going on here? DMR2 taking its time. Must be coming in on one of the Bra 34s. The HDR mast, which is also raised, but not receiving right now apparently, is much faster. This is like gigabyte internet. versus your 28K modem, you know. It's just a text message. Someone asked me the other day if they can send pictures. I've never seen a picture come over radio. That doesn't mean they can't do it. That just means I've never seen it. But I only see as the sonar supervisor and, you know, sonar leader of the sonar division, I only see the text that apply to messages that apply to sonar. I don't see everything like the captain does. So if there's ever any graphics that come across radio, I would have no idea. Plus, that's also 30 years ago when I did it, you know, or 20 years ago when I did it. So times have changed, right? So maybe they can do photos now. Update their Facebook. We've got 2 messages, it looks like. Unless it's the same message twice, it could be that. Okay. All right, we got the message. Let's get back on the... this is something I'm going to get used to doing. We're going to shut down all masted antennas. Oh, shoot. Oh, I did want to check that ESM. Let me just double check that one. What's his last bearing? 056. So we went from 060 to 056 in 3 minutes, 4 minutes. He's either fast or close, but he's not on top of us. Okay, retract all masted antennas, and I'm just going to mash the emergency deep button. You would never mash emergency deep normally. I'm doing it for video game purposes. Also, there's no one close by that we're aware of, other than Mr. ESM, which I believe was a commercial vessel. It didn't have AIS. It might have been a warship. Yeah, if it was a commercial vessel, it would have had AIS. So he changed 4 degrees from northeast towards the north in 4 minutes. So 1 degree a minute. That's really close. So he could be, you know, 10, 12,000 yards away. It really depends on his speed and what course he's on. But the big thing is he wasn't running this over. All right, so we're coming down. Let's go read our orders while we're coming down. Oops, let's go back into radio. Now you can read the orders right from your text screen right here, but as you can see on the stream, I'm covering it up. So we're going to read it in radio. Some messages stay in radio because they're so sensitive. They don't even leave the room. Like if the captain wants to read it, he goes to radio. Yeah. All right, this would not be one of those. This is an op board, op 4 rather. That's our opposing force. There are no real enemies in this area. This is a naval exercise area. Number. Intelligence advises you that 1 Russian submarine left Vladivostok, that's way up by Japan. Its last positive detection was south of Taiwan 2 days ago. So 2 days from Taiwan can be anywhere in the South Pacific, really. And we do have a date time group there. This is going to be June 8th, 2028 at 0850 Zulu, heading southeast, and 1 Chinese SSN, so that's going to be their Shangs. The Sanya left on June 10th, 1400 Zulu, heading east. So east and southeast, they're heading right for us. They're going to be here. That's probably the surprise. Intel suggested these submarines may try to interfere with the NavX exercise. Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. We do it to them, they do it to us. It's part of the game. So, not literally this game, but the overall. So, submarine game, yeah. Okay, it's what submarines do. Taylor, which is ex-USS Providence, Type 2688, will conduct ASW training with our submarine beginning no later than 1300 Zulu. What time is it now? It's 1400 Zulu. We're already late. Unless it's tomorrow. Hold on. Well, I think we're late. Son of a gun. There's a time with no date. Unless the date's in the leading paragraph? No. Huh, interesting. We might have to haul ass. Okay, once on station, you can start engaging the Taylor after we have clear classification, that it's a Royal Australian Navy submarine. Execution, transit to point uniform, which will be plotted on our chart. Detect, classify, and engage, which is where I'm going to show you how to use the sonar system, the Australian SSN. After a successful shot and kill of the Australian submarine, you will transit to Tubba Tubba Reef. I like these names, man. Using only training torpedoes. Okay. Rules of engagement. Standard authorization of force. It's peacetime rules. Note at the bottom, I don't know if you guys can read that. Yeah, the note at the bottom says make sure that you use the fake torpedoes, not the real ones. So that's my first concern, is whenever I look at this is our inventory here. We have no harpoons, no missiles whatsoever of any kind, and we have no mines. We only have 12 torpedoes, and none of them are marked training on this. So what we can do, let's go get our tow rays out. Oh, and before we start loading training torpedoes, let's check the chart. Make sure we're going the right direction. All right, so since we downloaded the radio message and it had the XY GPS points, the voyage management system plots it on the chart for us, which is very nice. So there's no chance for human error, which I saw in my career whenever we were doing this by hand. By we, I mean the quartermasters. So, and even though that stuff is checked and rechecked over and over again, and so those mistakes don't happen, sometimes, rarely, they do make it through the vetting process. So now your question may be, how do you come to a specific point in the ocean, right, from where we are? There's probably lots of different ways to do it. I find this the easiest way, is I just bring out the ranging tool. And hold on a second, I got an audio thing. My little that doesn't pop my ears off. So we're only 3 miles from the point, and we're an hour late, so we may already have detection, honestly. 688, flight 2. Well, I've never tracked it in this game, so we'll see what the detection's like. But most importantly, it shows us what course to come to. Of course, it's covered up by the line. That's funny. Let's try and reset that. See if I can read it better on this side. Huh. Oh, it's 168. Okay, there we go. So we'll tell the helm, come left course to 168, specifically. 168. And then, yeah. All right, one tow array is extended. Let's get the other tow array out. Let's head over to sonar. That's periscope. Where's my sonar at? There he is. All right, now we have two tow arrays. Let's put TB29 down here, TB23 here, and the sphere array. I'm gonna call it the sphere. It's the large array bow. I'm gonna call it the sphere. All right, so we're doing 10 knots. I don't dare go any faster with the thin line tow array out than 10 knots. And this can be our best bet to detect the contact. Let's put this in relative. We are in relative. Awesome. Okay. Now we haven't started getting contacts yet. I will slow down, begin sonar search when we're at point uniform. So we want to check this chart. We're waiting till we get to right here. This is when, even though the exercise began an hour and 15 minutes ago, which means he's probably already in the vicinity of uniform. He probably has his own point uniform that's different and probably called something else too. But the mission planners that plan these naval exercises, they force controlled close engagements between submerged units. And I don't want to go into the operational details of that, but I'll let you know that they're designed so that collisions don't happen. And you can use your imagination as to how you would do that with two submarines very close to each other. But that's basically what this is. I've done this type of exercise my entire career. This is very familiar, this type of planning. All right, let's read some chat. Beer Dogo. Yeah. Hey, on Wednesday when we streamed, you guys bought some treats for the doggo, and I wanted to let you know that we got them. We got him Dentabones and peanut butter treats. So thank you very much. He's been eating them up. Thank you. He is so spoiled. We have the most spoiled doggo ever. Oh, you know what? Something that's kind of cool is that you see the glare on the screen? So we can turn that off. That's kind of my reminder to turn the lights off. Let's set it to mood lighting 1. There we go. And now, check this out. We go back to that. The glare's gone. Yeah. I'm not saying it's real-time lighting modeled, but it is clever that they added little touches like that. I'm probably the only player of this game who knows how to play it perfectly on day one. I would not say I know how to do it perfectly, because there's some systems in here that I don't recognize, and I want to point out, like the demon display. The demon display for getting screw blade speeds, RPMs, is not exactly how we do it in the Navy. So that one threw me off, which gives me empathy for everyone else that does not recognize all, because you guys have real lives with real jobs. You never did this. And then you see a game like this and you're just overwhelmed. And I am very sympathetic to that, because I feel not overwhelmed, but I do feel confused whenever I take measurements on Demon the way that I'm trained, and they make no sense in this game. So I got to learn how the game does Demon, which is what's kind of holding up tutorials. I should mention this. Everyone is very excited about me making tutorials, and today's part of that process. I'm going to start, either chopping up bits of this or taking things that I learned today and record another video that's a little bit tighter, instead of editing this one into tutorials. So those are in the works, but I want to make sure that I understand the systems completely, because it's not exactly one-to-one, and that's intentional for obviously security reasons. Now, the fact that they would make Demon of all the sonar displays completely different in how it works is funny, because that's one of the oldest things that's been around since the 40s, the 50s. It's not new. Everybody has Demon. Every Navy in the world has it. They may call it something else, but it's demodulated noise. It's like your AM radio demodulates AM signals so you can hear the people talking or music or whatever. It's the exact same method, but for sonar lower frequencies between 1 and 300 hertz or whatever the frequencies are. In the game, it's something specific. Actually, in the game, we can actually go check. It tells us on the screen what the frequencies are that it's demodulating. Thank you for the super chat, and I'm glad super chats are coming through on the screen today so I can actually read them. I really appreciate that. He says, good morning, question for you. When you were using red lights on the subs, they stopped using the red lights on the subs that I was on by the time I reported to my first submarine. Yeah, we were going to what's called low-level white, which is like a gray. It's probably called gray now. So, yeah, the red looked really awesome. It did. And I saw lots of videos and pictures of it. I joined the Navy in 1990. I was on my first sub by 92, because I had lots of school between boot camp and my first sub, more than most people. That's why that took so long. And it was, the rig for red was gone. We still had rig for red, and they would put like red sleeves on the bulbs, but they changed that to blue in sonar. We actually had rig for blue in sonar, which I'm not sure why they changed that. And then it was gray or low-level white everywhere else. And then whenever we were going to periscope depth, they would turn the lights off. It was dark. Like all you would see is like the little red LED indications. They weren't even LED, but red indications on like the BCP. And it was haunting and looked really cool. It looked like something out of Star Wars. But in my operational time, every sub I was on, never used rig for red ever. So, but it definitely was a thing, obviously in the 80s for sure. And then on every Hollywood movie has it. All right. Did we read our orders yet? Yeah, we already read the orders. Okay, we're good. We're going fast, so we probably have no contacts. So I've been thinking about how to explain this display on tutorials. This is part of what we're doing today, is I'm getting my script in my head ready for whenever I record these. And, I'm described this as the sphere or as the lab, but this is a towed array, and this is completely different. These two upper display and this middle display and even this lower one are different. So here you can see own ship on the thin line towed array, and this is looking left. This is the left side of the towed array or left side of the submarine. Over here's the right side of the submarine. The submarine is orientated on this display with own ship's bow always in the middle. And that's the same for even the sphere here, left and right. And as you can see, these white marks, this is the baffle region marker. And there's no baffle region at all on the towed arrays. That's why you don't see them there. And I think things will make a lot more sense once we have contact. That's really what we need. So I'll But yeah, we're going to go over narrowband. What is this one here? This is the demon right here, yeah. We don't have any contacts, but if I'm wondering if it'll let me do demon on... No, it looks like I have to have a contact. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's turn this up a little bit. I saw a little bit of a signal there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, once we have a contact, I'll go over that. This is active intercept. This confused a lot of people because in the second training mission, you begin the mission with this thing alarming, and people had no idea what the alarm was because you start the game, obviously, kind of in this point of view, and you hear this alarm, and you have all these displays, and there's no visible indication as to which one is making the noise, because ESM, back there in that ESM room, makes noise too, but it's a different sound. So, you know, if we get active today, you guys will hear it, obviously, and it's going to be this display here. And the way to mute it, to turn off that alarm, which I do not recommend, you want to keep it on, but you can hit medium frequency, don't hear it. High frequency, if it's a high frequency sonar, one, you better keep that on. That's torpedo stuff. Yeah. And then VHF. VHF would be ESM, I would think. That's definitely not sonar. Oh, very high frequency. It is sonar. Yeah, yeah. There's a VHF for sonar, which would be a completely different band than radio VHF. Yeah, yeah. If you got VHF alarms, someone's right on top of you. Yeah. And they're messing with you. There's a fire control sonar that Russia has on some of their submarines. That's VHF. And if you hear that, the next sound you're going to hear is a torpedo launch. Yeah. That's what that means. So you want to keep that alarm on for sure. Yeah. Oh, and I do recommend you keep this in true because it's going to give you a true bearing. It's up to you, but the top will always be north, right? But if you do that, you always got to keep in mind, where are we going? So all the other displays I have configured where the middle is own ship, you know, in the center, except this one. So anyway, we should be close to where we're going. Let's check the chart right there. Yeah, we are within a few yards, aren't we? How close are we here? Pretty close. You could also put this point in Voyage Manager, and it would give you exactly how far you are away from it. We were so close, like 2 nautical miles, I didn't want to take the time to put it in. Yeah, but we're less than a nautical mile away. It's time for us to slow down and begin our engagement, so let's go ahead and do that. But the way you do that is you would enter waypoints and routes in here and then save them. And then it gives you the exact course to come to. It even gives you things like how far or how long it will take to get there at the current speed. Yeah, or the speed that you tell it. You can dial in any speed you want between waypoints. Okay, let's go ahead and slow down. Head 1/3. We have our best towed array out, the thin line towed array. The most fragile towed array is also your best. And so we're going to head over to sonar and just see what we have. We're going to begin our search on course 168. If we have no detections, we'll make a turn. We'll make a change. We need to look at this environment too. We're at 150 feet, right? Haven't looked at the environment yet. We don't know what we're doing. So we have 5,000 feet of water, plenty of water. Let's go down here, look at the SVP. All right, so we have the shallow layer, 72 feet, that we're going to assume is very strong because this game models, it seems like every layer, if there is a layer, it's the strongest layer ever created by nature, is what I've seen so far. And our depth channel, oh, wow, that's nice. We can actually get to our deep sound channel. So for searching, we want to be at the point of minimum sound velocity, which is where this blue line is right here. It says 1490. And we could go down, I think if we go down to 1,000 feet, we're going to start hull popping. I don't know if they kept that in the game or not. All right, and as you can see, we're in a bottom bounce environment. Okay, so We don't have depth excess at the bottom. So if you look down here, the point of speed at the very top is higher than the very bottom. When that is the case, all the sound is being pushed to the bottom, no matter how deep it is. It's being pushed down to the bottom of the ocean and bouncing back up again. Okay? And that's key. That's important for us to know, because not only does that define our shadow zone, which is right here, it also defines at what range the first shadow zone occurs. If the halfway point is 13,000 yards, this would be about 6, between 5 and 6. We could actually get an even better measurement by making it really short. There we go. 6,000, 5,000, yeah, almost 4,000. So the shadow zone is actually very small. So there's not a big place for us to hide, or them either. Great search conditions. We're probably quieter than they are. But we can always make sure we're quieter by doing this little trick right here. Let's head over to the pilot station. And if we go to the top display, you'll see different riggings. And we can rig for quiet. Here it is, patrol quiet and ultra quiet. I'm going to rig for ultra quiet because the 688 Flight 2, with its towed arrays out, can be very good at detecting us. And they have the same towed arrays as we have. They don't have the same sonar system, but they have the same towed arrays. So they're a near peer competitor. So we're going to go into the ultra quiet. We're going to go to 5 knots, which we're already there. Both towed arrays out. This is perfect. We're doing the Lord's work, fighting communism, fighting the heretics with their wrong economic structure. Oh, gotta get off on this so much. Oof. Hey, Captain Schmanty? Oh my God, I can't say your name, but I like it, sir. How's it going? Welcome to my stream, my Twitter page, my Twitch page. We're streaming on Twitter today. We don't normally do that, but I know all you heretics at church right now want something more interesting than whatever's happening up on the podium. So, just keep the sound down, okay? We'll get you guys in trouble with your wife. Took you to church. Yeah, we're rigging for ultra quiet. Yep, that's what we did. Everybody's in church like, how does he know? I know. It's all right. All right, we're doing our sonar search. Let's get back on the sonar display. Which one's sonar? That's not sonar. That's sonar. I'm still getting used to the function keys. All right, so we have no detection. You can see where we slowed down. So these little play buttons on the left-hand side, these are different time integrations, time intervals, which affects your update rate, which is how fast it waterfalls. So the one that has a little 1 triangle, that's play, like a play button. And then you have one that's more like a V. This is like twice as slow. And you can see the little minute marks here on the top, on the side. The minutes are going to change. So like right here, 17 minutes ago. This is 8 minutes ago. And then if we go to long integration time, the 17 minutes ago is just that. The reason why you would want to do this is for visual cues, because sometimes you'll see a faint trace in the longer integration times than you do in the shorter ones. But right now I don't see that. Let me check my TB29. Now we don't have a threat access, but I can use some context clues to kind of get one. So let me show you how this works. If I could use my operational experience for just a second, is that we started north of Point Uniform, and for collision reasons and rule safety reasons, he probably started south. And we probably have the same intercept point and at the same time, but with some variation on his end so we don't actually collide with each other. So I'm assuming that my threat axis is south-southeast right now. So since I don't have any contact, I'm gonna come to the west and I'm gonna put my towed array looking to the southeast. So the towed array looks best sideways. So you want to be running perpendicular to the direction you're looking. Okay. So if the direction we're looking is, from our perspective, 160, you want to add 90 to that. So that would be like 250. So I'm going to go to the helm and change course to we'll say 260. I just realized we're at 168, so I'm going to round up to 170 and add 90 to that. So 260. And this is going to allow us to do our best possible search. Also our depth. I want to go down to 800 feet. And what I'm trying to avoid is I really want to go down to 1400 feet. That's our best search depth. I don't want our hull to start popping and creaking and making noise. And in this game, it happens somewhere around 1,000 feet that begins. And I don't want it to happen even once. Oh, look at him. That's a different map. Okay. I did want to look at the weapons while we're coming on a new course. Our towed arrays are unstable, so even if we had track, we wouldn't be able to do anything with it. We can't use that information during a turn, and while the towed array is not stable, which after you get on course, it takes a minute or two for the towed array to get back in a straight line again, right? Because you're dragging it like imagine a limp noodle, like a kite behind you, right? But the kite has a long tail that's hundreds of yards. So it takes a while for those hundreds of yards to get straight again. Okay. So I'm just curious if they had a difference between a training torpedo and a real torpedo visible here. These are the tubes. All right. So we have Mark 48 loaded. I'm trying to see what's on the stows, which we do have that screen that shows that, but on that screen, it doesn't differentiate between a training weapon and a regular weapon. I'm obviously not going to shoot a real torpedo at this guy. We're just going to shoot the water slug. Oh, we have no countermeasures. Oh, geez. All right. Well, that's not fun. What if he shoots at us? I guess we just don't let that happen. Yeah. We'll still do torpedo evasion. We just won't do it. We'll just do it without countermeasures. Probably not successfully if it's a Mark 48, because Mark 48 will come and get that. It'll come and get that. Yeah. All right. I don't see a way to do it. It might be in the game. Just I'm not seeing it. Where's my torpedo tubes again? Shoot. Where'd they go? Oh, here they are. Okay. Let's go back to here. Okay. All we got to do is wait now. What did the water slugs ever do to me? Nothing. Well, they know what they did. Yeah, shoot the water slugs, right? It is kind of cool that they model the radio like this. This looks like a Windows 3.1 interface, which I kind of love because notoriously all the Navy interfaces are ancient compared to whatever we use at our homes, right? Like hardware-wise, it's state-of-the-art, it's science fiction style stuff that happens in all these servers that are back here. All these server racks, it's doing miracles, right? But whenever the operator looks at the screen, it looks like it's 1995 again, It's funny. Kind of funny. Oh, I see a contact, I think. Hold on. I saw a red dot on that one screen. All right. Okay. So after we conduct the exercise, we have to transit down to here. Okay. How far away is that? This kind of confirms what I was talking about. The target is probably somewhere in this direction of the white line. Not necessarily on the white line, but in that direction. And this is 45 miles away. And it's bearing 151. So threat axis is 151 is what I'm going to tell sonar. And we're going to go from there. That's kind of how naval exercises are planned. I mean, they're all different, but there's some similarities, especially whenever it comes to collision and safety. There's some things that are pretty uniform. This is the first mission of the campaign. That's right. If it works, why spend money on updating it? I agree with that. I do agree with that. It doesn't seem to ever save us any money, but that's because we didn't spend it. I know that sounds unintuitive, but think about what I'm talking about. I just blew everyone's mind. They're like, wow, this guy's an economist. No, no. My accountant makes fun of me. That's how bad I am with money. In modern naval warfare, there's no specific practice or exercise torpedoes intended. Okay, okay. I'm just going to shoot a water slug at him. I'm glad somebody knows. I had no idea. Have you tried to beat this mission so many times? Oh, you can't find him. All right, well, no spoilers, okay? I'm going to find him. I'm going to show you how to find him. That's my job. This is what I do. So we're steady on course now. Tow arrays are still kind of useless. Yeah, I don't see any contacts. If I listen, let's go to 151 and just listen. So hold on to your ears. I'm going to try and keep this low volume. All right, let's go to 151. Right about there. Turn up the volume. That's 251. What am I doing? Silly, silly. There we go. Now we're listening to towed array audio now. Yeah. I don't hear any contacts. Okay, we'll turn the audio off for now. And yeah, we'll give sonar a couple good minutes on this course. What we can do, let's say we don't have contact, is I can kind of go down to the south a little bit and try down there. We would have to break ultra quiet for that. What's our depth? Taking our time coming down. Yeah, we're at 660 feet. Hey, super. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't see any kind of weapon allocation menu. I haven't found that menu yet. All right, so right now we're just waiting on get on course depth and speed and then see what sonar finds. Do the enemy shoot back yet? They shoot back at our weapons now. They've added that. So they're making progress on the AI implementation. They do react to weapons. They've shot down my harpoons. They've distracted my harpoons with chaff and flares. We saw that on whenever the last stream was. I put that video out yesterday. It's on the Jive Turkey channel. Within 5 minutes of that video, they're defeating my harpoons or shooting them down repeatedly. Yep. Because the harpoon is era of the 1980s with updates, but it's subsonic, it's slow, it's big compared to the naval strike missile that has a less observable, shape. So I'm hesitant to call it easy to shoot down, but compared to the NSM, it's easier to shoot down. All right. We overshot our depth dive. What's going on? What depth are we coming to? Whoa. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this. I'm not touching anything, but we're 20 feet past our depth and going deeper. I don't see any kind of rise on any planes. I am concerned. What are we doing? Why are we going deep? You should be pulling up on the planes. You should be pumping water off. Okay. Worst pilot ever. If you overshoot depth by 20 feet at 5 knots, you need to go back to the trainer and recertify. Holy smokes. That's what happened. It was just 20 feet, but man. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go see the Cobb after this. Have a little chit chat with him. All right, so that's own ship right there. We're waiting on TB-29 to stabilize. This looks a lot like own ship. Let's yeah, it's still not straight yet. That's definitely a contact. I just think it might be us. Yeah. But it's nice that we have something on TB-29. We know it's working. Look how quiet we are on our best towed array, and we're maybe, I don't know, 1,500 yards from the towed array. God, that is stacking up so nice. But probably own ship. But that's what a contact looks like. That's the difference between direct path and bottom bounce. It's one contact, 2 traces. You'll see that all the time on towed array. All right, let's go to narrowband and take a look at it. Gotta turn my gain down a little bit. So if we break out the recognition guide, which we're about to do, this is who we're looking for. The Flight 2 688. We have a really strong 150 hertz. Yeah, that red line is so big. And then we got a 180 and a 300. I don't think he's going fast. So we're going to look for 150, 180, and 300. So that's all down here. All right, so what I did is I just went to 5 gram. This is probably the most common question I see about narrowband in the comments is, what is this? Well, why do you have 5 versus 3 versus 1? The only difference between 5, 3, and 1 is how much time history you can see on your display at one time. These are literally 5 different bearings that are in order. So the middle bearing is 243. So we got 236, 226, kind of going that direction. And then we got 251, 274 going the other direction. Okay, so I like 5 gram. You don't lose anything by staying in 5 gram all the time. I recommend that. Now I'm trying to get data down here. So we're going to try and fuss with the gain and the input to get some data down towards 150. Which means you might overdrive the higher frequencies doing that. But that's what I'm going to try and do. We're trying to pull the signal out of the signal processor by increasing the bias, the voltage, the signal, artificially. All right, and I said the thread axis was like 251, so like we're centered right on it. And I've essentially washed out everything except 150, trying to pull this signal out. I'm really just focused down here. I don't care about any of this up here at all. So the input seems to have a huge effect on it. Okay. All right, so I just moved the bearing a little bit. We're now looking at 252, still 5 gram. Nice little transient right there. I'm going back to 243. I'm going back and forth between direct path and bottom bounce of what is probably own ship, but it happens to also be on the threat bearing, so. I don't see anything here. Okay. This is not a bad gram. Dude, I do have a nice little stack at 500 hertz. Oh. Whoa, hold on a second. What if he's going fast? He stacks up at 300, or 600 rather. 300 and 600. Yeah, I don't see it now. All right, Tetheray is stable now. TB16 or 34 is. Let's just do a quick check on that. We don't see much of anything down that way. Let's check a couple other bearings down to the south. There's 151. Okay. TB29. Yeah, nothing down that way. What bearing? This is 153 here. This is the threat axis where we're looking to go to the next waypoint. So he's probably in this direction. This is a very good, well-balanced gram right here. This is what you would normally see in sonar. Okay. Yeah, nothing. He's a quiet boat. Australia bought a quiet boat. And we built a quiet boat for Australia. So yay, both sides, right? So that means we got to reposition. Let's do that. Let's secure silent running, or ultra quiet anyway. We're going to go to patrol quiet. We're going to run We're going to run 150. Okay. Let's go ahead and split up to head 2/3. I don't want to go any faster because we have thin line out. Actually, let's go ahead and bring thin line in. Yep, retract. Once that's retracted, I'm going to go ahead and change depth. I'll try going down to 900 feet because we're going to need every advantage against this guy. And I just don't want to be hull popping. That's not going to help us at all. Yeah, there's a lot of background noise in that. I agree. I don't know of any kind of gate filter on that. They give us two inputs that you saw. One was input and one was gain. So what I'm thinking is, do some voyage planning here. I'm going to go from our current position down 159. I'm going to run this way at 10 knots. You know, we could run this way at 15 knots to try and get... He might be deep in this area. I don't know how big the operating area is. Normally you would know that, by the way. You would have the complete outline of the box. And sometimes it's a trapezoid. It's a weird shape, right? It's not always square. And we don't have that. So hopefully they add little details like that in the future. We would know exactly the playing area that we're in. And especially our water space would be mapped out specifically, not just a point. Anyway, so we're going to come down to 159, 160. We're going to run, I'm going to speed up to 15 knots eventually. And I want to get us to not that far. Maybe 10 miles? Let's get an idea of what 10 miles looks like. Right about there. That's 12 miles. So just shy of that dot, bearing 157. All right, let's go back. Check the towed arrays. It is retracted, so we can go ahead and speed up to a head standard. 160 is close enough to 157. I like nice round headings. I am going to try to go 900 feet without making noise. Let's see what happens. We'll hear it. It's not subtle. This is build 113. So I don't know if that's new for you or not. It's the same build I had last week. So that's about it. You understand gain, but what is input? So input is like the signal coming from the towed array, and gain is you're gaining the signal in the beamformer processor. There's also an amplifier equalizer, and so you're increasing the bias on that side as well. That's why there's two of them. So if you want to increase your input first if you can. It's kind of situational, and then increase gain is the way that I do it. Yeah, I'm online on a Sunday morning, yeah. This is what we're doing. We're trying a more aggressive streaming schedule with this game. I've handed the reins of Subbrief over to Typhoon. He's got that, and I've got this, and we're going to make it work. Typhoon's been working for us for over 3 years now, and he deserves everything that he's earned, including running Subbrief. So, to say he's running it is not fair to him. He's running the lecture series that he's always run, but he has the whole thing now. And I just, I still do my part in the production side, and I still manage the YouTube channel itself. But my focus now is modern naval warfare. So this is what we're doing on Sonar and Steel and Jive Turkey. These are my boys. Last time I showed my boys on YouTube, I got a 30-day suspension. They were like, "Don't do that." I was like, "Sorry." So you guys got to subscribe to the Patreon for the boys, You got to go over there. Oh, and they asked me to mention the ship store. We have a ship store. If you're interested in like hats, t-shirts. You guys bought all of our tote bags. So I don't know why you like beach bags, but thank you for buying all of them. So we're completely out of tote bags. They shouldn't even be on the store right now, but if they are, don't try and buy one because you'll get an error. But we got everything else. You guys wanted stickers. We put stickers on there too. So I think my favorite's the ball cap, but the thing we sell the most is the t-shirt. And we got the Subbrief t-shirt and we got the Jive Turkey t-shirt. We got both. Yeah. And the Jive Turkey's more popular than Subbrief. And that breaks my heart. But I also get it. He's kind of cute. Yeah. He's kind of cute. So the reason why it looks like this is we reeled it back into the stowage drum. Something I could have checked and I should have checked is we have 4 arrays and 3 broadband displays. So you want to check that 4th array, which in this case was the WA, the wide aperture array that runs along the side of the submarine, both sides. That's what we're looking at now. High frequency, generally short range, because it's high frequency. But you'll see airplanes, helicopters, torpedoes, sailboats, fathometers. You'll see stuff like that on this. And so if you see a trace on the WA, you had better know what the hell it is, because it might be a weapon. Or it might be an airplane that's going to drop a weapon on you. So got to pay attention to this. But now that we only have three arrays total out, we have the sphere, the WA, and the fat line towed array. So we're going to reposition to the south 10 miles, which is what we're doing right now. At 15 knots, that won't take long at all. We'll also do a little bit of time compression. I got my stats up over here. I've been keeping track of the RAM, and it's not eating up my RAM today, so they've definitely made progress on that. So I feel comfortable going into a little bit of time compression. Oh yeah. This is a nice little mode here. If you hold down the tab button, you can see the labels for everything. This will help you get kind of acquainted with it. Anyway, we don't use that here. Let's go to 2 times. And whenever you're in 2 times mode, you can't walk around any time compression. So that way you don't accidentally forget that you're in time compression. I think it's a good way of telling you that. Oh, Mike was in the Navy in the 60s and 70s. Wow, dude. Are you planning on doing a sub-brief on the George Washington? Right now, I'm not in charge of that schedule, so I don't know, but I can ask. Let me write it down because I'll forget. You guys have to forgive me. My neck's a little stiff today, but the only part of my body that's stiff anymore is my bones. Can't look around. George Washington. That was part of the 41 for Freedom class, right? I will ask Mr. Typhoon if he has any interest in doing that. Right now we're trying to do modern navies because all of the navies are modernizing anti-drone weapons and technology right now. And Turkey is really leading the charge on that. Turkey has been on top of this drone thing for probably over 10 years at this point, and because of that head start, they're breaking new ground over there. I'm really impressed with Turkey. They've come a long way so fast. Turkey in the 2020s reminds me of the advancements China was making between like 1995 and 2005. Or I'll just say China in the 2000s. 2001, 2010. Yeah. They're making those generational leaps annually now. Yeah. Where America takes 5 years to go from budgeting to building, they do that in Turkey with systems in under a year, 2 years tops, if you want to do all the sea trials. Yeah. So they're moving at a lightning pace compared to the rest of us in the West. I don't include Korea or Japan in that, the Far East, because they're doing good things as well. But they're doing, as far as I know, more conventional designs over there. The K3 submarine, the South Koreans make, really good sub. I still like the Japanese Whale class better because of its batteries, its energy cells. But I also don't know that much about the Korean energy cells. They might be just as good, but that's all sensitive. They don't publish that data, so I don't know. Japan's very proud of their batteries because you can, if you're a country, you can buy their new submarine and get the brochure and everything. Get a little PDF. It's got photos. It's got the stats. It's kind of nice. Kind of nice. So this is us moving down the line there. And we're going to stop right where you see the 12 nautical mile, which is where the point is, right? But you see the number 12.1? That's approximately where I plan on slowing back down again. Yeah. Cotton Cuddle. Oh my God, I remember you. You're John's brother. Yeah. He says, they're saying on Sky News some years back, Turkey shot down a Russian jet when it refused to return to its own airspace. Oh, wow. Since then, Russia hasn't breached their airspace. Well, that's one way of doing it. Oh, wow. I had not heard that, but that's a couple of years ago, too. And I also don't follow aviation news, so I'm not surprised. Turkey don't play. they have their leader's Erdogan, and he's very patriotic, nationalistic, which I respect. I think every nation should be proud of their nation, and he certainly is. So, yeah. Personally, I don't like the man, but I respect what he's done for his own country. I do respect that. I'm going to have to get coffee at some point. But I want to find this sub first. That's what I want to do. Oh, that was during the Syrian civil war. That would make sense. Imagine if the fighter was engaged or something and he strayed into Turkish airspace. I could see that happening. Probably a mistake. I don't think it would be intentional. The fact that they attacked it is kind of shocking. But I'm not that surprised. When the United States had the no-fly zone over Iraq for many, many years, the pilots tell the stories now because it's been so long, and they go on podcasts that I listen to, and they talk about how they're just running racetracks over Mosul, waiting for somebody from the south to cross that line to the north, because I guess they could fly in the south for some reason, but there was a line, and going east-west, and if they came across that line, and it was a fighter and not like a transport plane or something, they could engage them. They had permission to engage, if that happened, if those conditions happened. And I listened to a fighter on a podcast, a pilot, talk about how he did engage one. Or no, it was like 4. Shot down like 3 out of 4 or something. It was weird. It was kind of a funny story. I don't want to spoil the story, and I can't tell you the podcast it was on because I'm drawing a blank right now. But he shot all 4 of his missiles from an F-15, but they weren't put on the plane right. So 3 of the 4 never turned on or activated their own radar. It was it was the Sparrow, so it doesn't have a radar. It never armed itself so that it could follow the radar, I guess. So they just went ballistic into the dirt. But because the F-15 had fired and the other planes saw them being shot at, 2 crashed and 1 was shot down by a missile, because the 4th one that left the rail was actually installed properly. So when it launched, it didn't rip its guts out like the first 3 did, and it actually hit the target. Yeah. I was kind of shocked to hear that. I was like, you can put a missile on a plane in such a fashion that if you shoot it, it will still leave the plane, but rip part of the wingtip off because the pin's still in there, but the rocket motor tries to push it out. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah. Learning some of these pilot stories from the late 90s and the early 2000s over Iraq and Mosul is really shedding light on what was really going on in that time. I find that interesting, even though I don't follow aviation at all. Those individual stories I find pretty interesting. It wasn't this podcast, but there's another one called Gronky, because I think he flew like F-16s and F-18s. I think he was like Navy and Air Force, which is, I guess, more common than I thought. And I subscribed to him on YouTube. He's a good one. But that story that I'm thinking about wasn't on his show. It was on a different one. Yeah, if you guys know who Gronky is. He usually has another guy on there with him, and I forget his name too. It's on the YouTube channel. It's both their names. If you guys fly DCS, you probably know who I'm talking about. Yeah, the F-15 is a good plane. Still is. Mover. I think that's the other guy. Gronky and Mover. Or Gonky. Gonky and Mover. I don't know why I keep trying to put an R in that man's name. Yeah, it's Gonky and Mover. They go over a lot of stuff. They have a lot of episodes. And they're usually pretty interesting. I'm not into all the stuff they talk about, but whenever they talk about their pilot stories, whether it's red flag or real life, like real missions, it's all, because it's a completely different world. Yeah, I can't say that last name. Is it Lamoni? I'm going to butcher his name. I don't want to insult the gentleman. I know he writes books. I haven't read those either, but I should probably buy one on Audible and just listen to it. I seriously do recommend their YouTube channel. Yeah. if you're into aviation stories. How we doing on our... Oh, well, we're getting close. Do a little... We're at about 6 miles, and I want to make it to close to 10. It's going to be about 8 miles, probably. Between 8 and 10 miles. This is why we're in the time compression. Which is why I can't move. Yeah, so this mission's called Rainbow Panda, which I thought was cute, so I made a little thumbnail for it. Here it is. Behold my thumbnail. Yep. We'll put that on the Jive Turkey channel. Eventually, this will become a video, depending on how today goes, assuming it goes well, you know. All right, let's go and come out of time compression and slow this puppy down. One big thing that I noticed is we did not make a lot of noise at 800 or 900 feet. All right, so let's go ahead and slow down 2/3. Actually, we'll slow down to 1/3. I'm gonna go ahead and put the towed array out, but I don't want to do it at 12 knots. Once you get under 10, I'll start putting towed array out. There we go. Let's go and extend that bad boy. Don't have any error messages up here, which is nice on that display. So like if we had broke something, it would come up there. All right, let's start doing our sonar search, boys. We are down to 5 knots. We are in position. If we don't have anything here, we'll turn back to the west a little bit, southwest. It's La Moyne. Okay. I'll say it like that if that's how you say it. All right, let's do our thing, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and put the towed array up here and bring in our thin line towed array back here. You can see we're starting to get data now. And I'll make sure I toggle the WAH. Just take a quick brief look at this and then go right back to the sphere. You want to keep it on the sphere, generally speaking. We're kind of pointing our threat axis. So as you can see with the towed array, if you point your threat axis where you're searching, that's probably the worst place to look, right? Because look at how loud own ship is. Of course, we were going fast back then. But there's still own ship noise in this direction. So what I'm saying is you want to turn a little bit. I might turn to the southeast this time, because we went 260 last time. Maybe I'll go 160 minus 90, which would be like 170. No, 070. Yeah, about 070 over here. And I'm only coming around that far because I'm really trying to put the beam, which is the middle of the towed array, directly on the threat axis. Got something here at 205. All right, what's this? Let's go ahead and listen to this. Watch your ears. All right, I like 205 a lot. Let's take a look at narrowband 205 on TB16. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's update this. 205. That is promising. So we're looking for 150, 180, 300. 150, 180, 300. I got it up on that other screen over there, the book. What is that? It's 200 something. Where's my frequency? There it is. So I got a really good 220 right here, but that doesn't match. I got a really good 732. That might be a detection. What is 732? That's not our submarine, but it might be something else. What the fuck is 732? We had that ESM contact, but that was to the north. It's definitely not that guy. I'm going through contacts right now. Let me just do it on screen so you guys aren't looking at me stare off into space. All right, let's look for Yasin. So 500 is his top. Oh, what's this one here? Okay. Kilo has, wow, very low frequencies. Wow. Oh, wow. So 120 and 60. Huh, that's funny. Okay. I see what they did there. Some inside jokes in this game. Okay. No submarine contact has anything over 500 hertz. So we're really not interested in anything above the middle line here. All right. I'm really cranking up the input now. Let's try gain. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's almost too much gain. I got nothing down to the southeast there, southwest. Ah, I got do have consistent transients. That is not the first time I've seen that. Somebody's down there making something. Might be that could be a biologic too. It could be like a dolphin, whale, shrimp, who knows. Okay. Oh, what is this? Holy shit. Okay, we don't have contact. $50 and 100. Is not us. Who the hell is this? 50 and 100. Los Angeles Flight 1 has a 50 at high speeds. Shang has a 50 and a 100, but never at the same time. Right there. Shang version 2 does. Holy smokes. Okay, we might have found the Shang, possibly. Yes. Okay. Oh. Okay. What about the Russian sub? There we go. Does have a 50. $60. This lines up too. Hold up. Get back on that contact. So I've got lining up for one line's a shank, one line's a kilo. TB29, this bad boy. Ooh, that's really rough. Let's turn this down a little bit. What are we tracking? We do have something on the sphere, 0 bearing rate. Hold on. What? $209. Yeah, he's right there. Okay. Let's listen. Let's turn off narrowband and listen to that. If he's on the sphere, he's close. Sorry. Okay, and he's on the right, drawing left. He's so weak, I almost don't want to turn. Let's just watch this for a minute. We might be on a very close intercept course. Closer than I'm comfortable with. Check the WA. Yep. WA is a really good idea right now because if it's a close sub, we'll see him here, which I don't. WA range says he's 2 miles away. Bearing 209. I don't know if I believe that range. 209. Multiple contacts. Do we have a bearing rate? Yeah, let's go over to fire control and see what they have over there. Oh, let's turn off the audio. Oh, it turned off whenever I left the station. That's good. That's good. I like that. All right, let's come on over here. You guys stacking dots. Let's see what the dot stack looks like on fire control. For Sierra 1. They don't have hardly any data. Wow. So they're saying this guy flew right by us. Look at that bearing rate. Holy crap. That must have happened while I was looking at narrowband. So we slowed down from 15 knots to 5 knots. And this guy goes from south to west. We drove by him. We drove by him. Ah, okay. I like this fan. This fan's good. We slowed down at a good time. So we essentially drove through his baffles. I don't know the classification of this yet, other than that it looks like a submarine to me. On the 2 narrowband totals we saw, submarine. What's his speed? 10 knots. That's going to be tricky because he's walking away from us. So let's not let that happen. How we could do that? Okay, I got an idea. Go ahead 2/3. He was bearing 209. We'll say 210. 230. Come right course 230. Kind of an aggressive turn. I'm going to put him about 20 degrees off our port bow, matching his speed, and we're going to drive back into his baffles. And if I don't have contact, I'll slow back down again. I'm going to mark his position on the chart too. That's going to be his generated solution, which we're obviously going to watch. But I just want to put a little marker like right here. This is not a high confidence solution at all. So I just want to mark where I know he was. I want to get this range down inside 2,000 yards. That's probably the only way we're going to ever track an American submarine, is inside 2,000. The fact that he's doing 10 knots means we got to be doing 10 knots minimum just to maintain. I didn't want to point directly at him, and I also didn't want to get into a lead closing, so I'm going to go into a lag, a very narrow lag, line of sight, and close his previous position. As he opens up that 2,000 yards, I want to be inside. That's the plan here. Can I close 4,000 yards before he opens 2,000 yards? I can do that if I double his speed. We might have to go to 15 knots. And we might get detected doing 15 knots too. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's go ahead and pull in that thin line towed array. Oops, retract. Yeah. Did we have him on, what was the sensor? Yeah, we had him on thin line. We had him on sphere. Wow. We had him on all 4 towed arrays. If I can track him on the fat line towed array, I can maintain tactical advantage at 15 knots. Which is what you want to do. That's why I'm bringing it up. I should explain that part. I apologize. I say these things assuming people know what the hell I'm talking about. Having 5 more knots than he has gives us the ability to not match his course and always have him opening, essentially, and walking away from us over time. By keeping that slight speed advantage, it compensates for angle offset, which is going to be speed in the line of sight closing difference. We want that delta to be negative, really. We want to be closing him right now. And then once I get him close to about 2,000 yards, I'm going to try and maintain that. So we don't have to do 15. We can do 12. You know, we can slow down. But it's got to be more than what he's doing by a couple knots. We probably only have him because he was doing 10. If he was doing 5, we probably would have missed him. And look at how briefly we had him. I mean, it was not long. Let's go to fire control. Which one's fire control? I think it's this one here. Yeah. I had 4 bearings over maybe 60 seconds. Yeah. And that's why we're doing this aggressive maneuver towards. And I'm not convinced this is the American sub. It looked like either the Shang or the Kilo initially. But once we get closer, we'll get a lot more data on him. All right, so let's bring everybody up to speed for those of us just joining. This is the first mission of the Modern Naval Warfare campaign. It's called Rainbow Panda, is the name of the mission. And that's the name of the exercise. The name of the actual mission is called AUKUS. I believe is the campaign called Rainbow Panda? I know this, well, anyway, we're in a naval exercise, peacetime exercise against an American 688 Flight 2, the USS Providence. And it's being operated by the Australian Navy, for background. So we're doing a naval engagement with them with practice weapons. We have 2 unknown submarines that are out of area, which means they may be here, they may not be here. One is a Kilo, one is a Shang, so Russia, Chinese. And we had a brief hit of narrowband, and as I was looking at the narrowband, we also had some broadband bearings here. The narrowband bearings will do this as well, by the way, fire control. But so we had 4 lines. Look at this fan. This guy was close. This is a 4,000 yard contact doing 10 knots. All right, we're going to come up to 15. I may hold off on that because I really want to see if I can close him at 10. I'm afraid if I go to 15, we're going to get detected. That's what I think is going to happen. So maybe if we stay at 10, because he's got a lot of his speed across the line of sight and not in the line of sight, I can actually use my 10 knots in towards him, is what I mean by in the line of sight, to make this range less than 3,000. We're probably going to get solid contact around 2,500 yards if he stays 10 knots, and we can get down to, say, 5. But the problem with us doing 5 is he's going to walk away from us. We can't maintain that. Oh, I see sonar data again. Let's go check the sonar, girls, and see what they're looking at. If we can track at 10 knots, that'd be amazing, but I doubt it. Let's check the WA. I don't see anybody sending bearings. Something that's a little confusing to me is the bearing rate said it was 2.3 degrees. That bearing rate that we saw on fire control is like 10 degrees. It's huge. It's much higher than 2. Let's try our different integration times. Boy, because we just maneuvered, we don't have a lot of data there. Okay. Let's go to the WA. Integration time. Yeah, he's going to walk out of our forward end fire. If I get inside 2,000 yards, we'll probably have sphere detection. So we kind of want to be careful of that. We also don't want to hit the guy. Yeah, like run into him. All right, so generated bearing is kind of evening out at 3,500 yards. All this is going to do is go back up again. So we're probably going to have to speed up just for a little bit. But he'll probably hear us when we do this, which is a risk I'm going to have to take. It's either that or he fades. All right, let's go to head 2/3. And let's see what that does to the solution. Let's go. I actually want to take a look at the chart if we can. Which one's the chart? Here it is. So if I take this point and come straight down, this is kind of where I want to be. So let's just go ahead and move it to that point. Right about here. That's my goal. I may not drive 15 knots to that goal because that's going to be super close. But I'm trying to shorten this range under 3,000 yards right now. And keep in mind, we don't have him right now. This is what if he didn't turn, this is what we think he's doing. This is fire control generating his path just over time. He could have, right now, he could be slowing down, turning north, doing something completely different. We're really taking a risk here, but this is kind of what you have to weigh. If you don't take this risk, you definitely lose contact. So that's what made up my mind for me. Probably be in our best interest to keep an eye on the sphere. Let's keep the WA. That's wide aperture array. He's right off our bow, so we really want to look at this. If he changes course, we'll see him come out of the forward end fire of the towed array first, which is why I'm leaving this up. We'll see a trace rip off to the right or left. If we see that, we slow the hell down and see where he ends up. So we're 900 feet, 15 knots, course 230, lead line of sight, intercept. If he stays at 10 knots, we'll actually pass in front of him, which is why we're not going to stay at 15 knots. If we stayed on this course at this speed, we'd put him in a good firing position. Yeah, that's not good. You don't want that. Hey, another super chat. Thank you for the super chats. It says, hunting modern submarines, real shot in the dark. It's not easy. You get little glimpses of them, and you stack the pieces together in fire control, and you hope for the best. Yeah. And what I don't know is what we look like on his towed array right now. He's a TB-23, or 34 rather, just like we have. What the hell's that? There's something to the south. If that's a contact, he's going faster than we are. So I don't know if that's real or not. I might be seeing things there. Pardon my huge cup, but this is going to be a big coffee day. We're going to go in caffeinated all the way. Big coffee. Whew. All right. My nerves are kind of on edge because the consequences of this going wrong would be, I'd have to react pretty fast. So I'm trying to think of, if he ends up being up here, what do I do? Well, I slow down for one, but then what course do I come to? I need to come to course 270, but the longer we wait, the closer he gets, the more likely we are to get a really solid track on him. And we have to have that for the improvised torpedo shot. Yeah. So whenever I turn to the west, I am going to slow down to 10 knots and try to track him at 10. We'll see what happens there. If he turns back to the southeast, it could get hairy real fast. So that's why we gotta be watching sonar. I can't stare at that screen because that really doesn't tell us anything. This is what tells us what's really happening. Look at the differences between towed array and the sphere. Was 15 degrees? That's close. That's real close. I mean, that's more than 4,000 yards close. It's like half that. All right, I think it's probably time to turn. Let's go back to the chart. So his generated solution puts him at 2,300 yards right now. Let's go ahead and turn to 270. I'm going to drive into his baffles intentionally, and then once we're steady on course, I'm going to slow down. Staying at this speed will also help the towed array stabilize a lot faster, a lot sooner. This will be our firing leg if we have solid contact. I'll prep the tubes when I'm in his baffles so he doesn't hear it. Flooding the tubes is pretty audible. Opening the outer door is very audible. I mean, even in his baffles, he might hear that. That's a heavy-ass door. And his bearing is 2-4. Oh, that was his last bearing. What's his current bearing? Let's take a look at fire control again. 245 is what we think he's at. All right, let's go ahead and slow down now that we're steady on course. 2/3. And let's see if we can track him at 2/3. This would be nice. we think he's down here. Let's listen. This is his bearing. Okay, I don't hear anything. Look how loud we are on our towed array. That's nuts. Let's go ahead and put out the thin line. At this speed, that should be fine. Real quick, I want to take a trace on him. All right, so we got direct path out to about 3,000 yards. Wow, yeah, we should have him pretty strong on this leg. All right, we're going to have to slow down. We're just making too much noise for the towed arrays to be effective. All right, let's go down to 5 knots. Mark the time. Time is 15:49. So, we'll give it 3 minutes. It's kind of my go-to. See if we can catch him. What's really important is that we get a bearing. We get something. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of CR3. CR1, CR2 is where I think he's at. So we'll see if we get those. Yeah. This is our best chance to get this guy. And it won't be long. We'll have a little bit of data. All right, now that we've slowed down and made a lot of noise, let's go ahead and check narrowband, because this is really where we're going to see him, folks. As the player, you want to be looking at narrowband. So his bearing is 245, 240. Let's get on that on the towed array. What bearing is that? 240. All right. My gain's a little bit high, but I'm going to leave it just for now. I should turn that down just a tad. Just a little bit. Okay. Okay. We'll know it when we see him because he has a very strong 50 and 100. Like when we had him, it was definite. It caught my attention right away. So we're looking at TB29. This is our thin line. Okay. Yeah, don't see the same signal. And what I'm doing is I'm steering kind of up and down the towed array a little bit. That's why you keep seeing it reset. But this is the general direction that I expected him to be in, was down this way. Wow, did he go over the hill already? He was doing 10 knots. We had his speed. That's too bad. Yeah, I mean, I've seen this on the range before where you have one hit one time and you never see them again, and they're called the astute class. They're very good. They're very quiet. Yeah. Everybody in Great Britain's high-fiving each other right now. Calm down over there, you limeys. Or do they call us limeys? I don't know what it is. Someone's a limey. I know that. Shoot. Well, that might be it. That might be all we get. Damn. Five knots? Yeah, we're at 5 knots, right? Yeah. This guy's a ghost. And fire control doesn't have any new data because sonar didn't have any new data. Yeah. Not a bad course. I mean, based on what little we had, this was a good maneuver. The next thing we can do is go try and close him directly, which is super dangerous. Like, the last thing we want to do is run right by him. Oh, wait, what's this? Okay. From walking around, I thought I saw something, but no. Botch. All right. One thing's for sure, we can't stay on this course. Let's go down to 230. Let's take this minus 90, right? So that'd be like 180. All right, let's come left to 180. Let's bring in that towed array. Speed up to 10 knots. I'm going to head down his line of bearing at 15 knots for a few minutes and see what happens. See if I can generate close contact on broadband. So when you generate close contact on broadband, you got to have the tube ready because you're going to do a snapshot on the bearing. Okay. He might have slowed down to 5 knots as well. That might be why we lost him. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if he did this. He was at 10 at this point. When we were closing on him and did not have him for that 10, 15 minute period, he might have changed speed. In the debrief, it will tell us, which is nice. So now that we're up to speed 10 knots, we're making a little more noise than we normally do. I'm going to try and load a water slug. I want to see if it lets me do it. And it looks like it won't. So I'm going to select Mark 48. Okay. I'm going to assume it's a training torpedo because there's nothing else that tells me that it's not. Am I ready to open the door? This is not a good firing position, but it's the best shot we have, so I'm going to take it. I have one shot. We need to offset. 160. Let's continue over to 160. This is going to be that we're not chasing our own weapon. I'm going to shoot at 10 knots. 900 feet. Yeah, that's fine. It's not, like I said, this is not ideal, but we're gonna make it work. All right, let me get the solution up. Sierra 1, bearing 195 now? Probably, yeah. Probably 4,000 yards. Course is 200. I edit that. Speed I'm gonna put at 10. I'm assuming he didn't slow down for the shot, even though I said I think he did. Let's apply that to Sierra 1. Oh, this is really important. Now that I'm manually entering a firing solution, always go and secure the automated fire controlman from doing the same thing. So he'll still update CR2 and every other contact, but he'll stop updating CR1, which is the one that I'm looking at shooting. So once I decide to shoot, I take that over from him. Okay. I still like the solution. It's essentially assuming he didn't turn, which is not a good assumption to make. But open that door. Let's assign it to tube 4. Transit speed low. Yeah. Pattern's going to be a snake, because I'm not sure about this guy at all. Running depth is going to be 1,400 feet. Same as the search depth, 1,400 feet, because that's the best sonar depth. And I want his enable distance to be we'll say 1,200. All right. I'll shoot high to high. High to high is fine. All right, are we ready? He's already at 4,000 yards if he didn't turn. All right, just check sonar. Let's listen to the bearing. That's what we're shooting on. All right, so we're going to firing point procedures on CR1. Bearing 200. System solution is bearing 200, range 3,900 yards, course 200, speed 10 knots. Opening. Oh, it doesn't have range rate on here. Okay. Get off that. Solution checks. Solution set. Weapon is high to high. Snake search active. Enable range is 1,200 yards. Search depth is 1,400 feet. Weapon ready. Ship ready. Sonar's ready. Bearing checks. There's no current bearing. Shoot tube 1. Tube 4, rather. Oh, assign it to tube 4? I thought we already assigned it. Tube 4. Assign solution. Oh, wow. It won't let me shoot. Okay, let me, let's go to the backup tube, which will be on the other bank. Flood the tube. Assign the solution to tube 1. Tube 4 has some kind of failure. I don't know what it is. Going high to high. Snake search. Not sure if that's part of the simulation or if that's something else. Search depth 400 feet. Okay. Open outer door. Okay, we can arm tube 2. Tube 1, rather. Okay. Firing point procedures on CR1 bearing 205 now. System solution is bearing 206, range 100 yards, course 200, speed 10 knots. Checks. Final bearing. Weapon set. Weapon parameters is 1,200 yards. High to high. Active search. Run depth 1,400 feet. Update. Weapon set. Shoot tube 1. Yes, okay. Well, we'll find out if we hit or miss in just a second. This will not take this weapon long to get on bearing. Let's go back to sonar. So in sonar, you look for weapon ejection and wire clearance maneuver, which is, you know, we're going to say that we heard it, I guess. And the big thing is it's got to merge on the bearing of the contact, which was a 240, I think. So here we can see it up here. That's the weapon. It's at 205, going towards CR1. CR1 is who we shot. Sonar says they had a contact bearing 180, but that's us. All right, so CR4 is the torpedo. I think CR5 is us. Huh. Oh, we got a trace. That's the weapon. Okay. Torpedo. Torpedo's not merging on the bearing. Where the hell's torpedo going? What the hell's going on here? Bearing, oh, it's 211 now. Okay, so the sonar tracker is just lagging because they don't have any current data. Okay, the weapon's enabled. It's in search mode. Active search. We should be hearing the frequency. Why don't we hear the torpedo alarm? Let's go to sonar. I should be hearing the torpedo down to the south. Huh. Okay, weapon has merged on generated bearing. That's this call. Since we have no current sonar data. We do have the weapon though, for much longer than I expected. We've had the weapon now for a minute and a half. All right, let's see if the weapon's given us any feedback, if it's gone into attack. It's still in search. Okay, so now the weapon is at this actual location. Ooh, that's CR4. That's the weapon, so not worried about that. This will be good training for our fire controlman to get this CR4 to stack up on his fire control system. All right, so the weapon is expecting to see the target and he doesn't. So he's continuing his search down the line of bearing that we told him to go. That's what this information on the bottom right's telling me. This is how far the weapon thinks he should be from the target. Basically 100 yards. He slowed all the way down to 37 knots because he's trying to do a good sonar search. All right, he's past the target. Well, we told him where the target is. You can ignore CR4, it's the weapon. All right, so we'll let him continue searching. He'll have about 15,000 yards of wire. After that, we won't have any more data from him. So he's only 5,000 yards away from us right now. Let's go back to sonar and see if we have anything else. Let's go, and actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and slow down. Because he may react to our weapon. Let's extend that towed array. Hello? There we go. So we had the weapon for, how much time here? That's 4 minutes, 15 seconds to... So we had it for 2 whole minutes in sonar. That's a long time to hold a weapon. Now imagine this trace in reverse coming at you. So that's what a torpedo begins to look like. And for the first 30 seconds, you're stacking dots. And then suddenly the last 30 seconds of your life, you're like, oh crap, that's a weapon. And then, you know, if you don't evade in that last 30 seconds, and if it's a Mark 48, good luck, man. That's not enough time. Not enough time. If he does a return fire, which he should if it's a naval exercise, we will conduct an evasion, but I don't have any countermeasures on board, so we'll just have to do a dynamic runaway evasion. I don't want to make it sound fancy, you know. We're just running away. Oh, man. I expect some kind of response from the south here, though. That's why we're looking this way. Let's bring up TB29. Yeah. Whenever we go into debrief, which we'll do in a few minutes, we'll see what actually happened. I think we had a real hit. I saw a real contact. The frequencies didn't match. We might be shooting a Russian kilo right now, probably scaring the bejesus out of him. Maybe starting World War III, who knows? Yeah. It's just an exercise, man. We'll call this one Able Archer 2. Yeah. The sequel. We got it right this time. Yeah. Yeah, torpedoes do 180 on your bearing. We saw that on another previous patch, or not patch, but previous stream, where the weapon went past the target, and then for some reason it turned around. And I'm not sure what reason that torpedo had to turn around. Oh, well, welcome back, Captain. He says, been away. You got your place thunderstorm proof. Wow. We haven't done any war crimes yet, but we might be shooting a kilo. So we're supposed to be shooting the 688 target submarine. But the narrowband frequencies were definitely lining up for a kilo, or a Shang, maybe. We had about 60 seconds of a submarine detection driving past us from west to south on a course of about 210. And he faded on that bearing 2210, basically. It was like 240 headed 210 when he faded. So I sent the training torpedo down that line of bearing to see if we could get any kind of detection. There's no response. Like, he's not evading, so that's not a good sign for us. Let's go check our fire control, because our weapon will tell us what he's doing. And we've already lost the weapon. He did not get to 15,000 yards. We either hit him, we didn't hear an explosion, so no. Well, it was a training weapon, but... Well, we'll have to see what the debrief says. This was my only shot, and we took it. Let's see if we hit. Let's go to debrief. Something just for realism is I'll take you over to the tubes. Oh, we were already there. After you shoot the weapon and the wire's disconnected, there's no reason keeping that door open. Go ahead and post launch tube 1. For the scenario, what I figured out by playing it is you load the scenario with a weapon in tube 1 and tube 2. Those are your exercise weapons. So we still have a second weapon we could shoot if we wanted to, but since I don't have contact, I'm probably not going to do that. So we'll probably just go to debrief and see what it says. Yeah. I don't know if this was a success. Oh crap, but we also got to transit down to the south. We're not actually done with the mission. Hold on a second. Well, there's one more objective we got to do before I go to debrief. And let's read what it is. Okay, after we take our shot at no later than 1300 Zulu, and the game starts you at like 1400 Zulu, so the times don't make any sense. Like, we were already late on the time by an hour when we started. Okay. Now we're going to transit down to Tubatua Reef. So once we go down there, and I'll use time compression so it's not long, and we've got that marked on the chart. Let's reel in the tow to raise and do that. This is kind of far away, isn't it? You know what? Let's use the route system. So I want a fresh route. Can I not put a name in that? How about in here? Okay. Well, the route's going to be to here. Go to there. Yeah, that's kind of sloppy. Delete that. Go to... delete it. There we go. Go to. How do you move it? Oh, I see. You can just keep clicking. Okay. Right about there. Obviously, we got to get between these two reefs. That's what the game's trying to get us to do. So we're going to save this. Can I rename it? I'm trying to rename it, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. We want to go 25 knots. Our depth is going to be 800 feet. Let's save. Huh. I'm sure at some point I can rename it, but I'm just not familiar with the system yet. All right, that's going to be called Route 1, 25 knots. Our ETA is going to be 12 a.m. right there. And we're going to fast forward to that time. Load the route. Okay. We have Route 1 selected. 25 knots is right there. I was expecting to see like a dotted line or something, but... Huh. I'll tell you what, let's clear it out. Let's put a new waypoint right here. Okay. And then waypoint number 2. Right here. Nope, I just moved it. Okay. So we're going to go to that. Oh, I see. New. Okay. So second waypoint there. There we go. Now I got my white line, because this will tell me what speed and bearing I want to go on. So I want to be 25 knots. I want to be 800 feet. I looked up instead of hitting my keyboard. Let's save it. All right. Oh my God, why is there so much text overlay here? All right, so that's 40 nautical miles away. Tell me the flipping bearing. Okay. The bearing's covered up, so I'll just do it this way. 142. Yay. So we're going to come over here. We're going to go ahead 2/3. We're going to reel in both towed arrays. You have to do it one at a time. So I'm going to do the thin line first so I can speed up to 15 knots. As I reel in the second one, we'll also come to 800 feet. And once that says locked or retracted, we'll do this one and speed up. It's called Modern Naval Warfare, for who was asking. So in reality, these take much longer to reel in and extend, but in the options, you can make it a shorter time, which I recommend just for learning the game. As long as it's an EA and not 100% done, I'm probably going to leave it in this shorter time frame. I'm bringing in both towed arrays just so we can go fast. We're going to go up to a standard bell, and then I'm going to skip to 25 knots at a full bell as soon as it lets me. And while it's doing that, we can reconfigure sonar, because obviously we won't need any of these towed arrays. So the engagement part of the navigation of the naval exercise is done. This part is simply safe navigation through shallow waters, which means we're going to have to keep an eye on our fathometer, but we're not going to just stare at that. And I'm super curious as to where he was when we actually shot. Okay, everything's retracted. Great. Let's go ahead full. Got our fathometer up there. And so what you want to look for in the fathometer is the top middle part. You can't read the letters from here because of the resolution, but as long as it's green in color, you're fine. And like a stoplight, it will go green, yellow, red. If it's anything other than green, you want to slow down and come shallow, okay? And then go read it. Do the come shallow first, you know. And we're going to watch our progress here. Oh, we got to come to the new course. Forgot to do the new course. We'll say 140. And then we'll go back to the chart. Which one's the chart? That's not the chart. That's sonar. That's the chart. And yeah, it's pretty lined up pretty well. We just don't want to hit this reef. That's all. Want to make sure we don't want to hit that. Might be an atoll, actually. Yeah, let's make it 141. Like we're doing Nat's ass course corrections at this point. 141. Because we are trying to thread a needle. All right, our speed is up. Everything is good. Let's go to time compression. So we're going to go, I'm going to try and do 4 times. We'll see if my computer can handle 4 times. Hey, Army Junior, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Annie Guy says, just joined. Do the enemies shoot back yet? They shoot back at your weapons. So when we launched harpoons on Wednesday, they were shooting them down and defeating them with chaff and evading, changing course. That's as far as it's gotten so far, the AI. So there is some response to our attacks now, which is good. It's a good start. That's why I was hoping he would respond to our torpedo we shot. I'm going to go ahead and clear out Sierra 1 and 4 out of the system. Let's go to fire control. And clear these bad boys out if it lets me. I'll probably have to do that from sonar, yeah. Let's just delete everybody. Any contacts we get from this point on are going to get new solutions. Hopefully we don't get anybody. If we get somebody at 25 knots, he's right on top of us. That's what that is. So, but what we want to watch is this. This is our timeline. The mission ends and debrief begins when we hit the red circle. So, we got a few minutes. I'm probably going to get coffee. All right, yeah, I'll catch up with chat there too. It's good to see everybody. We have a lot of people today on a Sunday, which is nice. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me on a Sunday morning. All right, let's go get coffee and we'll be back. I do know it gets shallow, but it doesn't get shallow for a long time. So, look at what I got, huh? How about this? Pink cup. My coffee cup's in the dishwasher. Ugh. What was that about? Well, we're about halfway there. Whoa, whoa. Still 5,000 feet. Okay. Yeah, yep, the Admiral's relieved. I'm back. So, I guess it's just you and me for a few minutes. We got to get to the waypoint or we'll definitely fail the mission. I'm not sure if that shot, let's assume a shot missed, does that shot even count? I don't know. What's this? And a guy says, you just had to mention Ultimate Admiral. I saw something on YouTube this morning about it being updated. I thought that game was retired, but something, I don't know if it was a mod or the game itself. Oh, okay. You guys would want to see the fathometer when I go get coffee? Okay. This is the only thing that's doing anything, so I get it, yeah. It is going to get shallow. It's just at the very end of our run it gets shallow. So we're going to stay deep as long as we can. How does the radar work? Oh, I've actually only used it once. I suppose, excuse me, I suppose we can use it whenever we get to our destination. Did I bring enough coffee for everyone? There is not enough coffee for everyone. Only me. You still remember that Mr. Ground came up? Oh, yeah. The Triangle Brothers. Yeah. That was bad. There was a scenario we did. I think it was one of the random ones. And we had multiple shallow areas that we saw through the periscope. And sure enough, as much as I tried to avoid them, by the end of the scenario, we ran into one of them. Look at this. Yeah, it's coming up. This is like the ticker to doom here. You got orange juice. You know what? My wife offered me orange juice this morning. And I was like, you know what? Not today. So are you a pulp orange juice guy or a no pulp? Which do you prefer? Does the fathometer use active sonar? It is a sonar pulse. Yeah. It's a little sound pulse that goes straight down. Okay, you like pulp, yeah. Well, we're up to 3,900. Pulp for the pulp god. What? Okay. He's very passionate about the pulp, apparently. Oh, that's good. All right. Bunch of pulp guys. You got coffee and rye bread with cheese. That's not bad. I mean, what kind of cheese do you put on rye bread? I wouldn't put like an American. I'd do like maybe a Swiss. I'm not a fan of Swiss cheese by itself, though. So it would need like a mustard on top. But rye bread with a good, maybe a cheddar on rye. That might go well. Depends on how much of a cheddar fan you are. Some people don't care for it. Waffles. Yeah, I definitely prefer waffles over pancakes just because the waffles have little ridges that you can keep all the topping in. You put stuff on a pancake, the first thing it does is run off the pancake. It doesn't make sense. I'm talking about from an engineering perspective, pancakes make no sense. You got to have a little lip. Or you could do it like a little bowl, little pancake bowl maybe. But then all your toppings would be in the center. That's not good either. Goat's cheese. I've never had goat's cheese. I didn't know you could turn a goat into cheese. Isn't that like an animal? Huh, I wonder how that works. Oh no. So for pancakes, whenever we do make them, because they're easier to make than a waffle is, unless you got a waffle iron, is you put the toppings in the pancake itself, right? Blueberries, whatever your flavor is. Yeah. Oh, goat milk. Oh, cheese comes from animals? Listen, you guys are talking science now. You're blowing my mind. Cheese comes from a barrel at the deli at the supermarket. That's where it comes from. The deli ladies make that. And none of them are named goat. Yeah. You guys calm down with the science talk about it comes from animals. Goat's cheese. Yeah, we got close to the bottom there a couple times. We're getting a little nervous here. We should probably go check the chart. We might be past our point. I don't know. Oh man, it's deep again. It's deep. Hey, that's a submarine right there. Look at that. See this little line right there? Yeah. We just passed over somebody. A whale, maybe? Let's go check the chart. Oh yeah, we're getting close. And it is getting shallow. So I can do 500 feet at this speed. So let's go to 500 feet so we don't lawn dart fatally. All right, 500 feet. Let's go back to sonar and check the fathometer. This is in fathom. Is it? Oh, no, it's in feet. I'm sorry. It's in feet. 4,600 feet. It's going to come up, but it's going to get real shallow. Maybe it was a massive lobster. Yeah, maybe. We passed over something. What? Uh-oh. Oh, can fathometer pulses be detected? Only at very short range. Very short. So the word up here is what gives it away. Secure deep means secure from detection. The only thing detecting this fathometer is about a 3-foot circle below us on the bottom 4,000 feet below us. So if there's a sonar array attached to a submarine or a SOSUS, whatever, then it would detect it as we passed over it. So that's it. If you're outside that cone, the sound does not go outside that cone for the fathometer in secure mode. Secure, which is the mode we're in. So anybody who thinks the fathometer is detectable, they're not wrong. They just don't understand what they're talking about. Or they're talking about a mode that's not secure. If it's in an unsecure mode, sure. Absolutely it's detectable. But that's why we're insecure. My thoughts on the Canadian F1. I did go back and watch the race. I thought it was ironic that the what do you call them? The papaya guys, the McLarens, they were on the wrong tires at the beginning, which is really odd. I've never seen that before, where a race team would start with intermediates when it's not raining. But in their defense, it had rained. The track was still damp, and it might rain again, but they did the formation lap and went out there with intermediates when it wasn't raining. And nobody else did, so it's not like the radar said it was about to rain right now. So yeah, that was very odd. And so it put both those drivers at an immediate disadvantage. Oh yeah, I thought it was really good racing between the two Mercedes too. I know a lot of that's a little artificial with the battery recharge and all that, but I can get past that. I'm not that much of a motorhead nerd to be like, well, they had to recharge the battery, and that's causing these cars to have one car on one lap has more battery than the other, therefore it swaps, which is exactly what's happening. But I try not to think about that. I try to just look and enjoy the actual race, which is the goal. There's a lot of criticism for this artificially induced lap times, but those are the rules right now, and so I don't argue that. I'll let the drivers argue that stuff, which they do. But I did enjoy the wheel-to-wheel racing. I'm really impressed with the young driver, Kimi, who drives for Mercedes. I think he's 19 years old now. And is he a rookie this year? Or maybe last year was his rookie year? I don't know. I know he's really young. And he's a very young driver, yeah. And he's really talented. I'm super impressed. And so he puts his partner, which is George Russell, he puts him through his paces. Gives him a really good challenge. So I enjoy watching that. I'm sure Russell doesn't enjoy it. Russell wants to win without being challenged. But that's not what I want to see. I want to see all drivers be challenged. All right, if it gets shallow, it's going to get shallow in the next few minutes here. So I didn't watch the sprint race, and I heard that's where those two had touched tires or collided or something. So, oh, and then Russell's car died. That really sucked. Like, the guy had a really good weekend. He won, I guess, the sprint race. He won pole position on something because I think he was on pole for the race, right? I might be remembering that wrong. It might have been Kimi. Anyway, he had a really good weekend, and it was looking like he was probably going to win this race. Either him or Kimi was certainly going to win. It was going to be a 1-2 for sure. And then his car just died, like the engine died. So through no fault of his own, he didn't even finish the race. He got 0 points. I'm talking about George Russell. And Well, I think that happened to a couple of cars. I think the McLaren car died as well. So it wasn't a good day for those guys. And those are the leaders of the points championship. So Kimi extended his lead even farther, I guess. I don't know by how many points, but it was a good race. I enjoyed it. I love the Canadian racetrack. It might be my favorite. I enjoyed the spectacle of Singapore because it's a night race, even though it's not very fast. It's a little like Monaco in that it's not that fast. Monaco's the worst. I wish they'd take Monaco off the record. That's the one they're doing next. And I don't know if it's this weekend or it's not today, is it? No, it's got to be next weekend. Oh, it was Lando's gearbox. Yeah. And they went back and they watched the replay, and it was bad. Like, you could hear it shift and then just grind. And I imagine those gears in there spinning thousands of times a second are just tearing each other apart. Like, thank God that stuff's not flying all over the racetrack. Yeah. Brazil's a good one too. I like the Brazil track. I like the Mexican track just because it's such a high altitude. They have very little down force because the wind is so thin. But so that's kind of unique too. And all those races are coming up. It's starting to get really shallow. We got to be careful here, guys. Let's check the chart. Oh, we're not there yet. We still got a few miles to go. Let's make sure we don't hit the ground. Yeah, this is where it's going to get real. If it gets above 1,000, I'm going to slow down. I don't want to. I want to get to the end point so we can go to the debrief, right? I'm glad the computer's staying at 4x. That's pretty good. They clearly have been working on the back end a little bit. I used to not be able to stream and stay at 4x on this PC. Plus, this PC's had some problems with the heat issues too. It's not all the game. I can't believe I got to replace my PC. I seem like I'm replacing my PCs every 4 years. I get about 4 years out of a computer. Maybe that's expected. I don't know. But every 4, and guess what this year is? It's year number 4, you know. I only know it's every 4 years because I buy them from the same vendor, and they keep a track history of my orders. And it's like 2020, 2022, 2024, 2026. And you guys may say, hey, that sounds like every 2 years. Well, yeah, we have 2 computers and I toggle them. So every 4 years, the one dies. And it's always the video card and the power supply. The video card starts to fail and the power supply burns up. Everything else works. You're getting shallow. Max is qualifying in Monaco. Is insanely cool. Oh, in 2024. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's check the chart again. Oh man, we're right there. We're so close. Let's make sure we actually hit the mark. This game can be kind of anal sometimes. All right, we're gonna go down to real time, and I'm gonna change course to 180. 180, because we're a little north of it. Yep, 200. Because we went a little bit past it. I want to make damn sure. Ooh, look at that. There we go. We're going to drive right through the circle. So there's no excuse for this game to not give us credit for driving through the circle. Yeah, that's good. That's good sub driving right there. That's what that is. Excuse me. It's the white circle that matters, not the red one. All right, we are in the white circle. Let's go to head 1/3. 180. Boom, we're there. Okay, let's go up to 4 feet. Depth 40 feet. So I found that I can receive and transmit my radio messages at 40 feet. 40 feet, part of the sail sticking out of the water, so we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, let's check our rigging. Are we still in patrol quiet? Let's come out of that. Just rig for dive. Don't need to be in patrol quiet. Whenever we got up to 25 knots, we probably came out of that automatically. Yep. All right, we're not going to hit anything else. That's good. So we'll come up, we'll do the radio broadcast. We may not even have a message. I just want to verify it. We'll speed up the time again, too, so we get up to depth. Yeah, it's live. Somebody's asking if this is live. Yeah, it's live. Unless you're watching it on Jive Turkey in like a week. Yeah, I guess that's a weird question, isn't it? Yeah, because people will watch this replay. And of course, that replay won't be live, so. Huh. You're blowing my mind. Stop it. Time is relative. Hey, Raccoon, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, from Raccoon's channel. I'm a big fan of the 104th DCS Club. They have really good servers. And I used to fly on them when I was flying DCS years ago. It's been a minute since I've flown that game. Happy Sunday, Mr. Raccoon. Great to have you here. So we're playing a submarine simulator called Modern Naval Warfare, if you haven't heard of it. This is a Virginia-class simulator right now. Eventually they'll add other subs, but we got class or blocks 1 through 4 in the game. And we're driving at least a block 2 today. I know it's not a block 1 because we have the new sonar system. So, could be a block 3. What we're doing right now is in the upper right-hand corner, we're coming up to periscope depth. We're coming a little bit shallower than periscope depth. I'm going to copy a radio message that says game over, mission over. There may not be a message for that. We don't know. It's the first time we've done this. We're doing the first mission in the 18 mission campaign. This one's called Rainbow Panda. And yeah, we'll find out in a minute if we're done. We're also going to do the replay here in a second. So this is a good time to come in because you guys we'll be able to take a look on the chart of what actually happened and what we did. And to give you a summary, this was a naval exercise, peacetime, training weapons. It was one-on-one, us versus another submarine, 688. We saw a submarine where we expected the 688 to be, got in a firing position and shot him. So we don't know if we hit because we didn't see his evasion and we didn't see the torpedo end of run. So the torpedo just mysteriously disappeared. So we don't know exactly what happened. But the briefing will know what happened and it will tell us as soon as we get to 40 feet and I raise the antennas. Okay, let's go take a look at, we're still in 4 times. Oh, I wanted to raise mast and antennas. We could do that right there. Let's go mast and antennas. We're at 4 knots, we're at 40 feet. I want that up, comms mast, HDR mast. I'll put up the ESM mast just to see if we have any ESM contacts out there. And we're immediately going to go to radio. And this was our initial orders. I want to see if we have any follow-on orders now that the mission's over. Let's go ahead and raise all that up. And if there is, one of these will say receiving within a few seconds. I like the way the game handles communication. It doesn't make you wait till the 15-minute mark. Like it's minute 8 right now, right? We'd have to wait 7 real minutes to trigger the satellite to download it again. But the game doesn't make you wait that time. Just come here and we can go to 2 times for just about a minute. If there's any messages for us, it'll trigger them automatically. And I don't see any. So it looks like we're done, which is great. We'll go into our debrief and see what happens. Let me check sonar one more time. No contacts. Yeah, there's a lot of no contacts, but this is common for any kind of submarine sub-on-sub mission in real life. You're going to have contact maybe if it's artificially induced by the actual war game itself, and it's only going to be for 60 seconds, maybe 90 seconds. And you take what little data you have on that and you shoot on it, or you respond to it, whatever the mission is. So let's see what actually happened. Let's go to debrief here. Up here, exit, and then end mission, exit mission. See what our grade was. Failed. Ugh. Okay, detect and classify the Russian and the PLN submarine and sink the Taylor. Okay, so we did not sink him. Our shot did not hit. Oh, wow. Okay. So I guess we got to hit that shot to get past this mission. So he must have turned. So before I look at the replay, we had him west of our position at time of detection, which you'll see on the replay. That was for sure him. And he was headed southwest on course 210. He was 4,000 yards away. I probably should have shot then. But what I wanted to do was turn towards him and regain him at inside 3,000 yards. So I turned towards, I sped up. When we slowed down at what we expected to be about 2,500 yards, well inside 3,000, we never had contact again. So I think we'll see on the replay is that whenever we turn to the west, he also changes something. Speed, course. He's not doing what he was doing. Let's see what happens. Let's look at the replay. All right. So here we are. Here's the Virginia. Here's our target sub. He's to the southeast right now, but we don't have him at this point. Here are the two other subs that we never saw. We had narrowband from what I thought was the Kilo to the southwest. We might have saw the Kilo. It'd be interesting to see if his bearing ever gets close to the Kilo, because we had broadband detection and a Kilo narrowband detection on the same bearing. So let's see what happens here. Oh. He was to our east the whole time. We saw the Kilo. We shot the torpedo at the Kilo. Oh, but here comes Mr. Shang. Oh, wow, that's crazy. So the 688 was off to the east the whole time. Okay, we definitely didn't have him. Oh, wait. Oh. So the bearings that went flying by me was the Shang. We never saw the Kilo. I'm going to say at this range, we saw the Shang. And he was headed northwest the whole time. So you'll see right here. That's where I shoot the torpedo. Because our initial solution for this gentleman was headed this way. Headed down where he was. And that's where we shot the torpedo. Oh, wow. And then we went to mission end. So, wow, the 688 was to the east. How about that? Okay. Well, we missed. And that failed the mission. Not good. Not good. Oh, I could have done sensor data. You're right. Well, we just did 4 hours of sensor data, so I don't think I need to recap that. Yeah, let's do something a little bit quicker than doing a 4-hour mission that we end up failing. That's kind of yeah. Let's see, vertical position deep. Yeah, I don't want to be on the. I've selected shallow before, and it's definitely put me on the surface. So let's start deep. Can I select any of these other ones? How about a convoy hunt? Yeah, let's get more than one. Let's do more than one target. A cruise strike. We'll do block 4. Yeah, the Montana. Distance to enemy is going to be medium. I want to be deep. Convoy size is going to be medium. I want to have a lot of interfering contacts. Let's do a lot of sonar contacts. Heavy civilian traffic. Yes. Time of day will be day. I want good weather. I've never been in good weather, it seems. So deep water, tons of traffic. No time limit. And we're going to sink the convoy. And we'll see if he can defend our strike against the convoy. My goal for this is to get a weapon, a Mark 48, to hit a surface ship. I've done it once and I've missed a lot, so I want to get better at that. All right, let's start this. Yeah. Don't shoot the ferry. Man, we're about to do Wednesday. Let's put it that way. It's about to be Wednesday up in here. They're going to give me 12 harpoons. I'm going to use every one of them. I might use all my torpedoes too. I really hope it gives me either no layer at all or a deep layer, because that layer around 100 feet kills the torpedo in terms of searching. Like the torpedo just doesn't see anything. Oh, that's active sonar. Yeah. Sounds like mom calling. Oh, baby. You talk to me. Talk to me, girl. Hell yeah. What you got for me over here? What you got? Oh, you're not sonar. There you go, you're sonar. All right. So we got bring 077. Oh, 2 frequencies. We got 2 warships out there. 5 hertz and 7 hertz. Are they both on the same bearing? Nope. 077, 081. Oh, man. What's the pulse length? PRF is 1. Not sure why I assigned a bunch of new contacts to the same signal. That's odd. What about this one here? PRF of 3. Okay. 5 and 7. The 7 kilohertz is PRF 3. They're both on the same bearing. Now, the same ship can have 2 different pulses. I mean, you have multiple pulses on a mainframe sonar system. All right, so I'm going to go ahead so that doesn't annoy you guys. Turn that off. What was it? Calls it high frequency. It's odd. Okay. Technically not. Well, whatever. It's fine. It might be technically that it is, but we don't consider that high freak. Okay. Let's go back to sonar and set that up. See what our bearing is. He's still going active. I just turned off the alarm. Let's put up the fathometer. Let's put this in feet. Turn it on so we can see where the bottom is. Danger, danger. There we go. 8,000 feet. Plenty of feet. We probably won't need the tow to raise today. So we got the bearing 077, right? So let's head over that way. We need to look at the layer. Where's my ship at? There, thank you. All right, let's go down to here. Very deep water. Shit. Yeah, it's the same environment. I really don't like this environment. Please give me a different one someday. Wow, the shadow zone's nuts. Okay, we can sneak right up on these knuckleheads. They don't stand a chance. We might need tow to raise. Yeah, you know what? No, I got an idea. I know what we're gonna do. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. That shadow zone goes from 2,000 to 10,000? 12,000. Oh, look at the shadow zone. This wedge is a acoustic shadow. Like, we will not hear anything in that wedge, but they also will not hear anything if we put them at the surface. This is measuring from our depth, by the way. If you go to the surface, it may be different. Well, there's definitely a sound channel. It's very shallow, so. Oh, but it's strong. They gave us a strong sound channel finally. Look at that. Okay, let's let me draw it zoomed in so you guys can see. Yes, we have a positive over a negative. At least more so than we've seen in the past. So it's still not great, but at least it goes from one direction to another for a change. Yeah. Best search depth below the layer is going to be as deep as you can go, right? Pretty much, yeah. Just deeper is better once you get below 70 feet. Okay, so we have the bearing. Let's we have no range information, right? Let me assign my crew first. Auto crew that. They should assign a tracker to the active. I'm curious to see if they do. Hello? Oh, no. I want the auto crew. There it is, auto crew. There we go. Set up all my displays. I like that one. I like that. Oh, good. Yeah, I got my displays all set up. That's good. That one's set up. Let's put this one in relative, which for me is the way I like it. This one up here, we're going to have, take a look at our tubes. I'm going to try and get a torpedo shot in if we can. If I find them running away from us at like 20 knots, I'll shoot them with harpoons just to slow them down. And no sonar contacts. Okay, excellent. Let's start out by close and range. Ah, come on, man. Oh, he's sitting in this chair today, so I got to come over here. Let's take a look at our masted antennas. Let's come to course 070. It's depth. Crap. Depth is going to be 400 feet. I'm going to run in on them. Heading 060. And then we're going to go ahead. What's our depth right now? Yeah, here we go. Full. Standard. Okay. Now, what I'm going to teach you to do is we're going to look at the active. And we're going to get like an idea of which way they're going. So before our turn, before we sped up, they're constantly bearing 078. I'm looking at this bearing right here, 076, 077, and all of a sudden it's 081, and it is the same two sonars. So they were headed possibly south. So as we run in on them, this is our bearing. I'm going to reorientate. So imagine this middle is it's where we're headed. So they're just to the right of our nose, about 30 degrees off. And what I want to do is I want to get a bearing direction, direction of motion. It looks like he's headed south. I'm seeing the bearings go up from 077 to 082, now 083. This is excellent. Let me see if I can put a tracker on that. I'll just track that one for right now. I don't want to put a bunch of trackers on all these. That should be going to fire control. Let's double check that it is. Ooh, now who's this? Is that the same one? Who's that? It is the same one, okay. And we do have tracker data. Yay! Okay. Now, I think he's going south. I'm going to let the computer, auto crew, tell me what they think first. And if we're completely at 180 out, I'm going to take over. But right now, his stack of dots does not stack at all. So we're passively tracking his active sonar. Very common to do in sonar. Because, I mean, they're essentially giving away their bearing to us for free. We're going to take advantage of it. Okay. Oof. It's all very close together, so, you know, he could be far away. He could be dead in the water. It could be that he's not moving. Okay. Okay, so you can see his bearing right here. He is on the right, drawing right. And we're probably driving that because we're going 20 knots, 25 knots. Yeah, he could actually be going northward less than 25 knots. So that just because he's gone on the right, drawing right, doesn't mean he's going south. Yeah. And this is a pretty consistent bearing stack. Holy smokes. So fire control thinks he's headed west. That's really dumb. He's not headed west. I mean, just by making a speed 10 knots, that really fixes that. Oops. Yeah, oh, there you go. All right, so that's a good course. Let's adjust the range a little bit. Let's go the other way. It's not great. Did he stop going active? It looks like we stopped getting updates. Oh, no, he's still going. His bearing is now 086. Okay, so I know if I drive to the north at 25 knots, I drive his bearing right to the south at a very slow rate. So what I want to do now is I want to cross his line of sight, but just by a little bit, because I think he might be headed north, northward. I'm just guessing here. So I'm going to take his bearing plus 20. So 105. Let's go to the helm. And I'm driving on his active right now. That's the whole point of this tactic. 105. So every surface ship sonarman out there should be scared to death because they probably have no idea we do this to them. We use their own sonar against them all the time because Americans are trained to use their active all the time. They don't turn it off, it seems. It's very rare they turn it off. It has to be a very specific thing. And we just abuse the hell out of it. It's like a cheat code. Imagine playing a game like Escape from Tarkov, and every 10 seconds, every opponent, or at least one of your opponents on the map, gives you his bearing. You can't see him. He's over the hill, but you know what direction to look. Imagine playing Escape from Tarkov like that. I would call that cheating. Well, that's how real-life submarines are. We have such an advantage. It's ridiculous. Which is why I was on the submarine and not, oh, that's new. Hello, who do we have here? Who do we have here? Who's bearing 060 sonar? Maybe we should slow down, huh? Boy. Huh. What's water depth? Make sure we're not lawn darting, right? Oh, it's still deep. Okay. If anything, it got deeper. All right, so we got absolutely nothing. There's no tow rays out. Okay. I think it was the same guy. I think his bearing was a little more towards zero. Oh, yeah, it's not this. His bearing is way off. Okay, he's definitely going north-ish, northwest maybe. If it's the same guy. What I'm concerned is oh, do you know what? Are new bearings at the bottom? Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. All right, so this is the 5 kilohertz guy. So we do have 2 warships out there going active. 5 kilohertz, 7 kilohertz, verified not the same. That's their active. That's not the actual active pulse, by the way. That's the alarm the piece of gear gives saying, hey, I heard active. I don't know why it assigns so many tracks. That's nuts. Oh my God, this guy's close. Okay, time to slow down. Holy shit. Okay, calm down. Ooh. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is a good depth. Let's come down to head 1/3. All right, that warship to the north is closer than the one to the west is. Let's go get tubes ready. All right, tubes are loaded. Let's go ahead and make Mark 48. I just want to get inside weapon range, which for our purposes today, I'm going to say 15,000 yards is my goal. I'm going to drive inside that and shoot. We're not going to open any doors yet. We really don't have any good range data, but his bearing rate indicates less than 15. Yep. All right. All the doors are still shut. That's what we want to see. What's his bearing now? 045. Holy crap. This guy might be really close. What's our speed at? 5 knots. We still don't have any. I bet with that layer, we probably don't have any broadband detection, I assume. Even at 5 knots. I'm going to try to put tow rays out. I'm gonna give him a chance, right? Let's start with the fat line. No, let's start with the thin line. I'll put the best tow ray out right now, and if we have no contact on it, we know the fat line one's not going to work. This is the part of the game that I kind of don't like. It's not realistic at all, because what I've seen so far is in an environment like this, we get no acoustic data on any array at all. We have to go above that layer at 70 feet to get anything. And the developer implied, when I brought this up, that it's because of the SVP. Which this one is stronger than the one that I've seen in the past, so it is stronger. But, I mean, the layer is not invincible. It's not a piece of steel. But the game it tends to treat it like it's stronger than it actually is what I've seen. So we know we've got multiple contacts bearing 040, at least one, that's the active contact. This is the tow ray down here. We're hoping to get some kind of detection on that. I have to come left to the course north eventually because that's where he's driving. He's driving west based on these bearings. West or northwest. Now that we're at 5 knots, it's going to be interesting to see how much this slows down. How much of our 25 knots was affecting that bearing rate? Probably a lot. Because now it's pretty consistent when we're at 5 knots going east. So whatever he's doing it slowly. He's either 5 knots, maybe even dead in the water, maybe. His range is the question. And we don't have the active from the east anymore. So they're probably leapfrogging 2 ships. One guy slows down. Oh, yeah. One guy slows down to 5 knots to goes active while the other guy speeds up and repositions. During that speed up and reposition is what I want to grab with our tow array. But that layer is just keeping all that sound above 70 feet, no matter what sensor I put out. So no sense having tow array out. So let's bring that bad boy back in. Once that's back in, we're going to go shallow, just so I can get some ranging data. Oh, wow. Let me catch up. Thank you for the subs and everything. Who was that? Oh, that was Recon with his raid. That's what it was. Okay. I said Recon. Raccoon. I took a couple letters out of your name for free, sir. You can have them back at the end of the stream. Says, not to my knowledge. Thanks for adding the game title to the thumbnail. Oh, yeah, those games are really different, but you're right. Because one is so new, most people don't even know about this one. Accuracy. Yeah, I typically don't like to do the on-screen things that most Twitch streamers do because I turn these into YouTube videos, and the YouTube crowd really finds those distracting. So I just completely got rid of all those. All right, looks like it's retracted now. I do want to come north first. Let's speed up to ahead 2/3. Let's come to course north. I want both of my active emitters on my starboard side. Let's make our depth 150 feet. Head standard. I'm going to drive this pig up to shallow there. And we're going to come to 55 feet. So that'll be enough for our mast to get out of the water. I have no idea these guys' range. I just know the guy bearing 060, based on his bearing rate, is closer than the guy bearing 080. We'll see how right or wrong I am on that once we get up there. And between those two warships is probably a convoy. That's the target. Remember, what we got to shoot is the convoy. Let's set the mood lighting to chill. Let's take a look at our inventory. What do we got? 255 harpoons. Looks like we're going to be needing more weapons by the time I'm done with them. Hell yeah. It's the best kind. That's an American submarine right there. How many weapons you got? We got all the weapons. It's been one day since our last war crime. We're going to have to reset that to 0. Listen, these merchants know what they did. Try to run our blockade. Ain't going to happen. To be fair, what would it tell us? We could listen to acoustics on the ship, but not sonar? Are you talking about the active? Oh yeah, listening to the active pulse can tell you a lot about it, but I'm sure for security reasons, they're not putting any of that in the game. I would just generate fake ones. But these guys have got a lot of work on their plate already, making the game. I don't want to add to it. Oh, we're not cavitating, are we? We're already on depth. Get out of my way, pole. I've lost the battle of the pole, apparently. That guy kicked my ass for a few seconds. I'm curious, do we cavitate at this depth? Oh, wow. Man. It's a Virginia class, no joke. 688, we'd be cavitating all day at 150 feet. Holy crap. I love this. The whole pump jet thing was a game changer. Like, for real. I mean, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but I was never on a submarine that had a pump jet. I didn't realize. I didn't know. Now I know. All right, we're coming up to 55 feet. Slowing down below 10 knots so I can raise the mast. We're going too fast to raise the photonics mast right now. That's why I'm not even bothering with it. But these guys take forever to get on depth. Like real submariners, we don't mess around. We get on depth. Like this game does it much slower than we do it in real life. So I keep some extra speed up. And once we get... Okay, now we're gaining contacts. At 120 feet, we gain contacts. The layer's at 70 feet. So explain that to me. I don't know, dude. I'm not going to fight it. I would like the propagation calculations to be a little more realistic. Shit. There we go. A little more realistic. Oh, we're on block 4 because now we can see. Oh, we got 3 actives out there now. Bearing what? What's the bearing? 040. Oh my God. That's awesome. I do like this being on the display. Hell yeah. What's our speed? 6 knots. Okay, let's raise this bad boy up. Okay, block 4 is my new favorite sub because it has this little broadband down here. Hell yeah. That's all I need. And holy crap, we are close. These guys might be like 1 division high power, you know? Mm-hmm. Oh God, please don't be nighttime. Is it gonna be nighttime? Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't click raise mast. I did everything but hit the button. Oh, lordy. Okay, whoa. We are really high out of the water there. Are we in time compression? Because that came up fast. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, look at this guy. Oh my God, there's the convoy. Yeah. Ooh, oh, look what we got. Uh-oh. Yeah. Let's see. 8,000 yards. Oh, there she is. That's my girl right there. 3,000. No. Yeah. So why is the escort on the wrong side of the convoy? Huh? Riddle me that, Batman. All right. And then I just started blasting. All right, let's look at Sierra 6. Oh, there he is. He's over there. He's not near the warship, so I'm not sure if he's part of the convoy or not. But those two that are close... yeah, they're all going to go down. All right, so the first thing we want to do, we got to take out the heavy. Because that heavy's got a lot of helicopters, and those helicopters can dip sonar and sonar buoys and make our life interesting. And I'm not here for the excitement. I'm here for the tonnage. Okay, bearing 063, 9,000 yards, opening, port 120, 110. Angle of balance, try. There we go, negative 120. Oh, won't let me do that. Son of a gun. I thought we had that figured out. 10 knots. Yeah. Warship. I'm going to mark this as Victor 1. Then we're going to go back to fire control. And what I'll do here for Victor 1, he's going to be my, he's my bitch. He's my bitch. So his course is 1020 roughly. Speed's 10 knots. This is my visual contact. I'm not going to merge this with anybody. This is my reference. That's what I see through the periscope. He might be more north. Yeah, he is north. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, I forgot to hit apply. All right, so that is a good solution. What I want to do is I want to change CR3 to match that. You would normally do that by merging the contacts. That has caused nothing but trouble for me, so I'm going to do this manually. So we're going to back out. I'm going to tell Chuckleface, hey, CR3, you leave him alone. He belongs to me because I'm about to shoot him. Obviously, in real life, you wouldn't have to do any of that, but that's a game thing that it screws up my solutions. So I want Sierra 3 to match Victor 1 without merging it. Eventually, we're going to merge it, and it's going to be fine. His range is 100 yards. Oh, wow. There we go, 100. Course is north. You know what? I'll take the speed of 8. Let's apply that and see how that lines up. Ooh, it didn't line up at all. About 10 knots. Yeah, 10 knots is much better. Look at that stack of dots, folks. Look at that. Sonar tech here. Sonar guy did that. Yeah. I'm starting to get good at fire control. That should scare the hell out of everybody that knows how to do fire control. They're like, he's not allowed to do the witchcraft here. He does the witchcraft at sonar. That's where we have the gong and the incense in there, you know. Now I'm doing the witchcraft everywhere. All right, let's shoot this knucklehead before he runs away. I'm going to shoot both port and starboard on him because he's a big boy. That's a big girl out there, all right? Yeah. We got to assign that track to tube 1 and tube 2. CR3. I had the wrong CR number. Boom. Tube 1, tube 1, tube 1. CR3. All right, let's do the... I'm almost afraid to change these, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, enable distance 1,200 yards. I'm going to run high to high because he's already far away. I know right where he's at, so I'm going to go straight. Contact type is surface. I want the run depth to be 100 feet because we saw contact and search depth 100 feet at 120 feet, which is deeper than I expected. Let's update those presets on tube 1. Or no, that's, yeah, tube 1. Let's go to tube 2 and do the same thing. 1,200 yard enable. That's where the weapon starts looking for the target in yards from the target. And he's going to do it at 100 feet. He's going to run there at 100 feet, and he's going to, oops. I think I just took a screenshot. Yeah. All right, I think we're good. Assign solution, assign updates. Let's go ahead and shoot. We're on course north, right? Yeah, we are. Let's go ahead and shoot. Open outer door. Okay, arm it. Let's go ahead and shoot tube 2. Get that weapon out there a little bit. We did see the weapons when I shoot them in trail like this. The second weapon will see the first weapon and track it, which is kind of funny. Didn't expect that. Let's go and shoot the second weapon here. All right. Let's make sure our ship settings are good. Yeah. Let's go to sonar real quick. Make sure that they are merging on the bearing of Sierra 3, right? Yeah. Now, the merchants are closer. We have somebody right off our bow. Who's that? Let's take a look at that. That could be bad. Where's my, no. I want to use this console here. Let's see who's right off our bow. Let's raise this back up. Unzoom. I'm shooting the weapons past those merchants because they're not going anywhere. I'm going to get them no matter what. What I may not get is that big heavy guy. Aha. Oh, it's that guy. So it's a merchant. He's just really far away. Sierra 6. Now let's take a look at Sierra 1 and 4. Make sure they're not creeping up on us. We do have multiple active sonars behind those merchants. There's warships over there. What the hell's this? Sierra 1 right here. What are you? Okay, so that's one of those bulk carriers. Oops. Oh, that's him. Okay. Oh. Well, we have multiple contacts on that bearing, but that's okay. Now this guy, we have an opportunity here to take a look at. What does this call? It's not Sierra 3, it's Sierra 2, right? Get his range real quick. All right, he's 3,700 yards away. Bearing 036. I want to take a look at this on Demon and see if I can figure out this Demon display. I've been trying to noodle this thing out for days. Long time. What bearing am I looking at? 035? Okay. Hello? Oh, let's turn the gain up a little bit. I should be seeing waterfall here, right? Narrowband's not on, is it? It's not. Okay. That has nothing to do with this. Let's go to Sierra 3. Or Sierra 2, rather. I'm right on the trace. I don't have any demon data. Can I hear it? I can definitely hear it. I'm not sure why I don't have any demon. That's odd. He kind of sounds like a 5-bladed screw. That's weird. I expected a 4, being a merchant. Okay. Let's see if I can hear Sierra 5. They sound identical. So Sierra 2 and 5 might be the same. And that's a warship in this video game. Significantly different. And not at all like a real warship. That's okay. I just want to learn what the game does so that when I hear it in the game, I know what to call it. That actually told me a lot. I hope you guys remember that. But what those sounds sound like. So, for whatever reason, I'm not getting screw blade. Let me look through the scope again, but with the color camera, just to see if I can. I'm going to break out the recognition manual and see if I can identify these things by how they appear. Since I can't get the screw blade, right? And there's one by himself. This guy right here. Okay. So, dark hull, white superstructure with a yellow fluke, and 2 boxes on the bow. Let me see if I can get a better image of this other one. Hello? There he is. So it's almost like an orange hull. Okay, he's got like an orange hull 2 or 3 boxes on the bow, orange fluke, white superstructure, and there is a framework, a scaffolding on the back. Let's break out this book and see if we can match this. All right, let's go to civilians. Civilians are down here. This comes with the game, by the way. This is part of the process of identifying. I was hoping this picture would be, man. Let's see if we get something that looks close. Okay, presidential yachts, contact 1. This is definitely a large cargo vessel of some kind. Has the superstructure on the rear, not in the middle like this one. Okay. Has no cranes. We see no cranes. We see this. But the boxes are only on the bow. Extra boxes, I guess. Uh-oh. Not quite. Close. We're getting close. Okay. Oh, and now we're back to row ships. Oh, wow. So it was definitely one of the ones that I went by. Maybe the boxes on the bow aren't a class identifier, and they shouldn't be, so that's good. It kind of looks like this one to me, because it's got the frame on the back, whatever that's called. So let's see if we can see multiple... Oh my god, there's just so many frequencies. I don't have any total rays out, so we're not going to see anything that's that low. Yeah, it looks like it might be one of these handy size tankers. So in debrief, we're going to look for handy size, or are they all handy size? Okay, never mind. Yeah, that doesn't help us. There's a lot of different handy size. But these are 4-bladed shafts like I expect. Even though we're not seeing that. This one's 4-bladed, that's 4. Okay, so they're all 4. Oh, there's one 5. This one here's a 5. Okay. So if we see OBO B Deltas in the debrief, we'll know that that one was a 5. Okay. That's not too bad. Normally I'd never leave the scope up this long, but we're still very much learning this game at this point. I don't want to learn bad habits, but yeah. Okay. The weapon merged on the bearing of the target. Let's go see what the weapon says it has. It may not have even enabled yet, because the run to enable was like 8,000 yards. So the weapon data is right about here. So tube 1 is already in attack mode. Oh shit. Well, did it just hit? Oh wow. Let's go to tube 2. Oh, we lost the wire on both tubes. Do we only have 10,000 yards of wire, or did they hit the target? Let's take a look. Before I leave this screen, we want to post-launch both tubes by closing the door. Let's get another Mark 48 in there, because I want to blow up these cargo ships too. I expect to have 2 hits on that large flat top carrier. Doggone it. It's an LPD, but I'm gonna call it a carrier because I want to. And of course he's behind that target right now. Let's zoom in there. All right, I don't see any smoke or fire from the target. All right, let's go ahead and put a weapon on this one. Let me practice my way of doing this again. Because I don't feel comfortable merging targets yet in fire control, I basically build a fake target and then I match, in this case Sierra 2, I guess, to whatever I see. So I hit the laser. 4,000 yards. He's very broad, probably course north. If I put course north in here, what does that do? Let's go look at Victor 1 in fire control and see what that says. I'm going to leave the scope up. Where's Victor 1 at? Oh, Victor 1 is that one right there. Okay, so port side is positive numbers. So as long as we're seeing port side, we're fine. Now, Let's change his range to 4,000 yards. Did it not take the mark? Because the bearing seems off. Oh no, the bearing's right on. So that matches with CR2. So I'm going to go to Chucklehead, Fire Controlman, and tell him, hey, I'm working CR2. You're no longer working CR2. So you go secure, updates on Sierra 2. And then we go back, and now it's ours. We're responsible for any update on CR2 going forward. The reason why I do this is the torpedoes like to shoot Sierra numbers. They don't even like to shoot master numbers, which makes no sense. But that's the world we're in. I don't mind the speed. Does it stack? No. Let's make the speed 10 knots. The range we know is good. Oh, wow, look at that bow. Ooh, that's ugly. Something's not right. Something's not right at all. Range is right. Course is close. 10 knots? Is it 15 knots? What the hell's that? Oh, that's not good. No, it's definitely not that. Let's go back to 8 knots. 8 knots was closer than 10, apparently. That's not... Okay. I'm not sure why this looks so ugly. I'm sure a qualified fire controlman would be able to tell us. I'm not that guy. Let's check the bearing. 023. Did we lose track? What's sonar bearing on CR2? 023. It's right on. That should line up perfectly. We have every piece of data we need. I don't know. Who knows? Listen, I just work here. Okay? I just work in here. I hit the buttons. Things explode. Usually the right things. Not always. Let's flood tube 2. Or let's do tube 4 this time. Yeah. All right, tube 4 is going to get 1 torpedo. These guys are big. Let's give them 2 weapons. Okay. So we're going to go tube 3 and 4 is going to get CR2. I'm going to leave this alone and see if it hits it. If you can't hit the broadside of a merchant at 4,000 yards, that's a problem. That's a problem. Tube 3, tube 4. Apply solution, apply update. So that's Sierra 2 right there. Who's Sierra 5? I don't know. Anyway. Are we ready? We're ready. I'm trying to find. All right, so firing point procedures on Sierra 2, bearing 022. Range is 4,200 yards. Course north, speed 10 knots. High confidence. Solution checks. Let's see. Tube 4 presets are 600, low to high, straight line, active search at 300 feet. We'll see if it sees them at 300 feet. Shoot tube 4. Let's go tube 4. Arm it with that solution, tube 4. Weapon ready, and it's gone. I am going to change tube 3 to 100 feet, and we'll see how much of a difference that makes. Because I think it makes a world of difference, and it shouldn't. But, so search depth, 100 feet for tube 3. Put that into the weapon, shoot tube 3. All right, so we have a lot going on out there. Oops. I didn't mean to come there. I meant to come here. We have 4 weapons. The first 2 might have missed. And we have 2 weapons going at this guy. One guy's searching at 100 feet near the water surface. One guy's down at 300 feet doing a search. I'm going to see if either one of those hit. They both should hit. And this guy should be smoking in on fire, and he's not. So I'm concerned. I wonder if, I think my search depth is hurting the torpedo search instead of helping it by setting it at 100 feet. Not sure. But we should see an explosion on this one really soon. Also, if we go to sonar, we should see the weapons startup, wire clearance, and both have merged on the bearing of Sierra 2. That's really important. You'd be surprised. It doesn't happen often, actually. But if the weapon doesn't merge on the bearing of who you're shooting, the first person that's going to know that is sonar, because the computer can lie to you and tell you that the torpedo's doing something it's not. And everybody on this side of the submarine is looking at what the computer says. And the computer says things that sometimes aren't true. The only reality is on these screens over here, and then the periscope. So let's take a look at what the weapon's doing. And right before the weapon hits, we'll go look at it through the scope. Don't you worry. We're going to see the explosion. And what we want to see is the weapon on this side, weapon data. Weapon data? There we go, weapon data. And it's going to tell us right now it's in transit. We're looking at weapon tube 3. Let's look at tube 4 because we shot that one first, before tube 3 anyway. I think. It says weapon 3. Range target is 2,000 yards. What about tube 4? Yeah, okay. That's right. Weapon 3 is from tube 4. That was a little confusing to me. So this is a good solution. This guy's not alerted. He's not maneuvering. He's going to literally run into this torpedo as if it's World War II. It's on a direct intercept. The thing that's different is we're searching at 300 feet. Oh, and it sees the target. Excellent. So we know 300 feet works really well. This one's searching at 100 feet. Let's see what happens to it. At least we found a search depth that works. I like that. So this guy's searching at 100 feet. And if he doesn't see the target, we know that that's why. Nope, it sees the target too. It's in attack mode. Sonar decided to classify one of the weapons Sierra 9. That's all that is. Don't worry about that. Let's go back to tube 4. We want to get a countdown. Okay, tube 4 is 700 yards from target. I'm just reading the numbers there on the lower right-hand side. Uh-oh, what's he doing? What the hell? Okay, this is odd. The fuck's he doing? Hello? Uh-oh. Yeah. Listen. What the fuck? Why did he turn around right there? Oh my God, they're both doing it? So that is odd. This is, I'm going to call this a bug. It was homing in on that target, and 600 yards away, which was the enable distance, it did a 180. Okay. Wow. So what I did was I updated the system solution to the weapon to tell it to turn back around onto that target by hitting assign solution again. And I think this weapon is literally tracking that weapon, is what it looks like. So the gentleman in chat said he saw this very same thing happen to him. And we just witnessed it. And it's interesting that we witnessed it at the enabled distance. So at enable, even though he was in attack mode, let's just say it was very close. He won't go into attack mode until after he's enabled. So it must have been within 600 yards of the target. What the hell's he doing now? Go to CR2, you numbskull. He should swing back onto CR2 now. Oh boy. Okay. I'm not sure what he's tracking. He's not quite where... Let's get a range on our target. Is it 5,100 yards? Oh, yeah, it is. He just blew up. Okay, so that was Tube 4, just found him. Tube 3 is still out there, but he's going this way. Tube 3 might be going after the LHD. And that guy, is he listing? All right, I think the other weapon is going after him. But they are behaving strangely, these weapons. I mean, of all the things that I don't expect, I want the weapon to do exactly what I expect it to do. Not turn around and do a circle search at 600 yards from target. That was nuts, man. Whoa, what are you doing? There we go. Wire disconnected. Let's go ahead and post-launch that tube. Let's go ahead and get these other Mark 48s ready. This one's still on the wire. We're going to watch it. This one's going after the big ship. This is why we're not doing tutorials yet. Like, I know people want the sonar tutorial and the weapon tutorial, but when the weapon behaves like this, I can't tell you how to operate the console consistently whenever the weapon is inconsistent. Maybe I do a tutorial for sonar and fire control just for early access with the caveat that, hey, you may see strange behavior. Maybe I add that, and that gives you guys what you want. I know everybody wants the tutorial that I'm going to make, that I am making. But I was hoping things like this would be hammered out pretty quick. All right. I was hoping I could see the weapon's about to hit him, it says. What's his range? Oh, foot fudge. I'm not sure why I hit that button, but I did. There we go. 10,000 yards. Okay. Let's go back and see what the weapon's at. Oh, did we lose the wire? We did, yeah. Okay, we're not sure where the weapon's at on that one. All right. I'm going to go ahead and assign the next merchant in the convoy to Tube 2. So we're going to go through our procedure again. This is what I'm kind of working out in my head on how to play the game. So whenever I make a tutorial, I can show you guys exactly, this is how I do it, you know. And let's verify that he is sunk. He's a little bow sticking out of the water there. Yeah, beautiful. So the next one I want to shoot with the weapon is his buddy. Where's his buddy at? There he is. No. That's the aircraft carrier. Hold on. Yeah. There should be another one right here. Thermal? What the fuck? Where'd he go? Oh my god, did the torpedo hit that one? And did he sink immediately? Yeah, we're missing... okay, so 2 cargo ships definitely got hammered. They're just gone. Wild. Wild, wild. Let's take a look at CR6. CR6 really far away, and he's not part of the convoy, so I'm not going to sink him. I'm trying to stick to the rules of engagement a little bit here. Ooh, is this guy going to run us over? This guy's coming right for us, it looks like. Oh, God, it's hard to tell. He's either going right away from us or right towards us. Yeah, not sure on that one. This is like, it's called a safety sweep. It's just take a look around, essentially. Make sure something like that's not happening. What the hell's that? That's a warship. Oh my God. He's in our baffles. That's why sonar doesn't have him. 7,000 yards away. Well, we found one of our active emitters. What's this bearing? 145. Okay. Let's turn this bucket of bolts around, okay? Don't make me turn the sub around. I'll turn it around. All right. We come to the 270. Let's do 260. Yeah. I want to speed up, but you know what? Let's see if I can track him at 1.5 or yeah, let's do that. Let's lower all masted antennas. And let's make our depth 120 feet and see what sonar says. Yeah. Yeah, he was sneaking up on us. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to make the tutorial. I'm going to have to do it. Because even now I see in chat people already saying it. I'm not going to do it on stream because, you know, I tell jokes and I'm in character and all that. I want to do that very formally, step by step. But I'm still getting used to all the different ways of doing things. Uh-oh, that's not a good sign. Look at that. Whenever the game does this, it's time to wrap it up and reboot the program. We can just, you know, close the program and reopen it. This blue zigzag pattern that it does with the bow indication is an indication that the game is starting to chug a little on the back end. And so you may not get bad frame rate. Our frame rate's fine. It's just something's going on with the math that causes a visual glitch like this. And it doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't mean anything. But when I see that, I start to see other things go wrong too. So something else we could have done since we had the mast out of the water, just raise the ESM mast and we would have had a bearing to that warship the entire time. Even if he's in the baffles. ESM doesn't have a baffles. But we are going to bring this bucket of bolts around to the west. We're going to take a look at that warship. I am going to shoot him. So I'm going to stop changing the run depth and the search depth. 300 feet seems to work really well. So if that's how it works, that's how I'm going to do it. Oh, both these doors are open. Okay. Well, they're ready to go, aren't they? So we got one dude back here. He was like 7,000 yards away. I should have pinged a bearing. That way I would have got my contact. So it'll be interesting to see if any torpedo hit the LHD. That's the big flat top. I don't think it did. Even though I shot the first two weapons at it. We'll see that in the replay here in a minute. Oh boy. I think what would work, and I'm going to have to work with Selvik on this. Selvik is one of my moderators, and he is very good at hosting chat and relaying to me in real time as I'm consumed with trying to figure this out, what you guys really want from me in the moment. Like, show us how to do XYZ instead of whatever it is that I'm in the middle of for 20 minutes. He's gone, though. He's gone until August, is what he said. So whenever he gets back, we're going to maybe do a hosted chat at the end of summer. Well, August. I guess it's kind of the end of summer. I'll work that out because I have to work on his schedule on that one, not mine. All right, we're on course now, and sonar does have contact. What's sonar calling this dude? 04? Okay. Let's get rid of all these other Sierra numbers. Sierra 1, Sierra 2's dead. We sank him. Hello? Okay. Sierra 3. Just going to kind of clean up the sonar numbers a little bit. This will also clean up fire control a lot, make fire control much easier to manage. Okay, so we should have a contact to the south. We do at Sierra 4. And he bears 225, and we don't have him right now. So that's interesting. Let's Let's raise our depth back up to 5 feet then. I was hoping I could track him at 120 feet. Turns out, nope. He's only like 7,000 yards away. He's pretty close. So I'm slowing down to 5 knots, going back up periscope depth. We're on basically a westerly course now. And I'll get back on, are we below 5 knots or 10 knots? Yeah, we are. Raise this up all the way. Let's, and you know what hasn't happened yet? I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't lost control of the periscope like we sometimes do, where it just starts spinning really fast. So that was, honestly, might have been operator error. I'm not going to blame the game for that. I could not figure out what I was doing to cause it, though. But whatever it was, I didn't do it today. So this guy should bear, where am I looking now? 150. So let's see if he is down there. Our depth is 98 feet. We'll break the surface around 70 feet. Oh, Selvig is here. How's it going, bro? Yeah, you go on your big journey on, he's going on a great adventure, like Bilbo Baggins, this Friday. Thanks for being here, man. I never know or expect when you and Ren are going to be here, but I kind of hope you're excited for it. I hope it's fun for you. I hope you can get some streams once in a while. I know you're going to be super busy and probably really tired, though, so you do what's right, man. But good luck to you. And I started computer shopping recently because my other computer in the office is dying, and I want to replace it before it completely dies. And holy cow, I feel your pain. I didn't realize how expensive those things had gotten. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, whenever you and I were talking about buying computers and stuff, I had no idea. It's almost pretty much out of the price range of like anybody, like unless you're super rich or something, which ain't us. 8,100 yards, yeah. So let's go ahead and dip this down. It's a warship. Let's not fool around with it. I could come a little more to the left, but I'm not going to. 8,100 yards, and it's a narrow angle in the bow. It's a port 40, maybe? Port 50? I'll say a port 50. Okay, so let's go to fire control. Oh, let's... Okay, I'm going to mark that. Even though the scope's down, you can still mark those numbers. And then we can go to fire control and enter that in as a contact. I don't have a Sierra number down there, do I? I sank Sierra 5. Oh, no, that's the LHA, so I'm not going to do that. And Sierra 4 is a real contact. What was the bearing? It was like 140, right? Oh, my God, I completely forgot it. Maybe 150? Let me just check it here. It should be right here, Victor 1. Okay, so that's the old Victor 1. Where's the new Victor 1 at? Let me figure this part out. This will go into the tutorial. This one says Victor 1 as its identification. But I already have a Victor 1 in the system. So I intended to change Victor 1 to this contact. Still use the same Victor 1 by hitting the mark button, right? But that didn't happen. It still had Victor 1 and fire control up at the other end for some reason. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this Victor 2 a whole new target number. Let's hit that laser. 8,200 yards, mark. Mark. So his bearing is 136. We'll do a new bearing here. Hold on a second. $135. Okay, let's dip this bad boy. Let's get back on fire control. Okay, now I have a Victor 2. Okay, that's good to know. So Victor 1, for whatever reason, doesn't want to become a new bearing. I'm kind of using this as a scratch target. I'm not sure if that even makes any sense, but yeah. So it's already got his range. His course is north. Everybody's head north today for some reason. Makes it easy for us. I like his speed. Let's apply that. Let's see how this stacks. Well, there's only 2 dots, so it stacks pretty damn well. Yeah, but it's good enough to shoot on. Now, In the past, I've not been able to shoot a weapon at a Victor number, but I'm going to try because we should be able to. This should exist in this video game. It's right there. Let's go Tube 2, by the way. Tube 2, Victor 2, and what we've seen in the past is that it will change to a Sierra number. That's what I remember seeing anyway. Okay, it took it. Let's go and shoot. And it stays Victor 2 until the torpedo launches. And then it would, let's say we had merged it with a Sierra number, it would always go to the Sierra number, which for some reason wasn't always the right. Oh, wow. Okay, it's wire clearance maneuver, I think. It's just a little slow. Okay. Now, the next thing we want to see, this should be a hit because I can see exactly where he's at, what course he's going. So without changing any presets, when this weapon enables 600 yards from the target, will it do a 180 for no reason? Because that's flippin' terrifying. It's also the same thing Coldwater's torpedoes have done for years. That's a great intercept course. This should work beautifully. After I know that it's not going to do a 180, we'll go to the periscope and watch it blow up. Don't you worry. We're going to get our giggles in today, okay? I just want to make sure that it's doing what I expect it to do the entire transit. And this is a short shot. It's going to take 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. It won't be long. And I can read chat in that time. The price of memory has become... Yeah, do you know what's really getting me is the price of the video cards are ridiculous. I was hoping I could go to a 5000 series NVIDIA card, but I can't. It's like $3,000. It's not, and that's not even the top one. It's like, I was trying to get a 5080, which is like the one down from the top. I don't need the top to do my editing. But I would like, if I'm going to buy a new computer, get the current generation of video card. Nope. Not happening. And the problem is the one that's dying is the video card. You know what I could do is I could just buy another of the same video card. Yeah. I mean, I could just buy a new one of they still make 4080s, right? That's still a thing, or 3080s. It's a 3080 that's dying in my old computer. It's 4 years old. It's not dead yet. It may last another couple years. I don't know. But it's starting to have real problems. And I've changed everything in that old computer except the video card to try to troubleshoot what the problem is. So I've confirmed that it is for sure the video card. Yeah. I really want to wait. I don't know if I'm going to save money by waiting, though. Goss says that's because chips in the GPU are the same as AI modeling. I agree with that, yeah. And I use AI at work now. It helps me with my thumbnails. Because although I do some Photoshop to the thumbnails, I'm not an artist. I don't know how to do the rest of it. So I'll come up with an idea for a thumbnail. I throw that into AI. It spits out something that's usually garbage. I put that into Photoshop and I, remove elements. I add layers. It's kind of like today's thumbnail. I've done that too. There's a lot of layers on that thumbnail. On this one right here. There's a lot that I added to that. And then I also have a second AI program that I can use that if I don't like it, even after my limited Photoshop knowledge, I can throw what I make into that and be like, man, try to clean this up a little bit. Sometimes I do that. So the reason why I bring that up is I use AI, so I'm not against AI. But man, it sucks when it affects your pocketbook, right? Kind of sucks. So Sonar put Sierra 1-4 down there. That is the weapon. And they should do that immediately when we launch it, or as soon as it gets done with its wire clearance maneuver. Because during the wire clearance maneuver, it's making some adjustments. But it's a little slow. But again, that's a minor nitpick. At this point, I still want the weapon to just run to the target that I tell it to run to. We're still trying to figure that out, We'll figure out Sierra numbers later on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why computers that are 2 and 3 years old are significantly slower running the same programs we ran 3 years ago. And I don't know if it's a Windows update thing or if those programs update and break themselves over time because the code becomes a mess, right? There's all sorts of things that can cause that, but that's something I've noticed a trend on going back to 2017. I've bought 3 computers over 9 years. And that seems a lot because each one's expensive, you know. All right, as soon as I know that it's going to home on the target, we're going to go to the periscope, okay? Don't you worry. I just want to make sure it doesn't turn around, which it should do here in a few minutes. So at 600 yards, so whenever this range that says 6,100 says 7,100, it'll turn its sonar on. And then we'll get the attack mode where it says search right now. Oh, it's already in search. That's interesting. I wonder why it's in search. Oh, it sees the target, I think. Okay. It should turn on sonar when this says 600. Right there. It's in search. Oh no. It doesn't see it. All right, let's go to the periscope and let's see if the target zigged or something. He's right there. Yeah, he did not maneuver. So these ships will maneuver to avoid being shot now. That's something they did add to the game. We've seen it happen. But he did not maneuver at all. How did that torpedo not see him? Oh, he's 8,000 yards. Let's update the solution on that. Bearing 128, 127. Down, down, down. Let's go back to fire control. Oh, boy. Hold on. So we got to go to the solution. For Victor 2, he's 8,000 yards, we're going to say. 114? It's like 120. Apply. What the fuck? Apply. So the weapon's already passed. Okay, so the weapon's going to have to turn around. This is going to freak everybody out because it's going to, we're going to hear the active whenever I turn this weapon around. But by assigning the solution again, this weapon should turn around and take another look in this direction. So what I did there is I went to the TMA screen, which is the ones with the bearing lines, updated the solution with 8,000 yards and a new bearing, and then I came to this screen and I hit assign the solution to the weapon, and the weapon goes, oh, he's right there. And I am going to put him in snake as soon as, he's in attack. He sees it now. All right, this is interesting. So somewhere between where I saw him and the weapon is the actual target. Usually that laser range is spot on. We'll see where the weapon actually explodes. It says he's 1,600 yards away. Well, that's because of the solution. The speed's 40 knots. It's in attack mode. Torpedo course is 236. I just want to verify we don't have any other contacts down that way. Let's raise this up. Let's unzoom a little bit. Okay, he should be shooting that guy, but is there anybody else here to the right? I don't see anybody. Let's go back to the left. All Right, that's who we think he's going after, but... All right, that's the only guy over there. So, you know, what's his range right now? 9,100 yards. Is he dead in the water? He acts like he's not moving now. This guy... Oh, what the hell's that? Yeah! We got him. We got him. That's a good torpedo hit right there, folks. Hell yeah. We had to finagle the torpedo a little bit. We had to turn it around. That's on me, by the way. I'll take responsibility for missing that shot, because the torpedo clearly works when given the proper solution, because it just did. So, yeah. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to treat you guys to the external camera. We haven't gone to the external camera yet. I know everyone likes that. This guy's still trying to sink. These boxes must be full of helium or something. Yeah. Yeah. Is this the guy we just hit? I think it is. Yeah. So, now if we go down and zoom in, can we zoom in? I'm just curious if his screw blades are turning. Okay, they're not. He's dead in the water, because even though we didn't hit the shafts, the engines are, amidships. You have the engines, and then you have like the generators, and the shafts kind of run along this part here. So we hit where the power plant is. So all the radars should not move if we took all the generators out. I'm not sure what we did. But this guy should be flooding and sinking. I'm surprised we didn't break the back of the ship, to be honest with you, but I'm not going to get too nitpicky on the damage model yet. And this guy definitely took a hit. Look at him. He's listing. Oh, and he's got explosive damage right there. So, and we're going to go to the debrief right now, and we're going to see how many torpedoes. I shot 2 at him, so I hopefully got 2 hits. We had 3 actives and 2 warships. So what I think happened was one warship was using 2 different modes, which I love that that's in the game, because that's very realistic. Absolutely. Oh, Goss says messy code and thermal issues. I did not think of thermal issues. You're absolutely right. So maybe getting 3 to 4 years. I'm getting about 4 years right now out of my PCs, and I think maybe that's to be expected. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Dave. I got a little compliment in chat for my torpedo shooting. Let's go watch the replay and see what actually happened. Yeah. Exit mission. All right. Destroyed. Oh, we got all of the targets. Okay, so it was both of those. And I'm glad I didn't shoot the guy off by himself. He wasn't part of the convoy. We got a success. Oh, it's kind of half off the screen. I have it in widescreen mode right now. Sorry. You guys can still see this though, right? Oh crap, is the stream down? Uh-oh. Hold on, so I gotta refresh Twitch or something. No, it's up. What the hell? I don't know. Twitch is doing weird things. Okay. Okay, I'll try and put this in the center where you guys can see it better. All right, so this is about where I'm about to start shooting here, blasting. So we got the flat top, marine carrier up there. We have one warship down here that's doing multiple modes. We did have an active bearing 060. I wonder if they put an active on the Type 75. I don't know. This is a new Chinese ship that they launched it within the last 2 or 3 years. And Russia loves to put active sonar hull mounted on everything. I wonder if China's following along with that route. I assume that this large flat top marine carrier doesn't have it because we don't put it on that. It's a waste. It doesn't need it. But maybe China did. Who knows? All right, so first shot. I'm intentionally shooting this one past the merchants that you see in the middle here, by the way, to try and hit him. Let's see if that happened. Ooh, that did not happen. That was the shot that went crazy. Where's my first shot at? Oh, there. Okay, there's the first shot. That one does go past them. And it does appear to hit. Okay. And then this one scared the hell out of me because it did that circle. But it was kind of cool that it did that, and it sank that thing. It sank that ship so fast, I didn't even see it sink. 1 minute it was there, the next minute it was gone. And then this one... Oh, I had his speed wrong. He was dead in the water. Man, that's clever. Okay. That's why I missed. He was not moving at all. I mean, if you look at him closely, maybe 2 knots, but not enough to mean anything. So whenever I turned him around with a new position, that hit him. Okay, cool. So that was a miss for sure. I had the speed wrong. All right, cool. Well, I'm going to take a break and end the stream, and we're going to come back. I plan on coming back later on today. It'll be a different game. I'm going to get on the community server, I think. We set up a server for you guys on Discord. I may jump on that for a little bit and see all the bases you guys built and stuff. So if you're into that, I'll be back on later on, okay? Hey, you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me. Selvik, have a great trip, sir. I'll see you when you get back. Please drive safe because your job's a little bit dangerous, and I do want to see you happy, healthy, and much richer at the end of summer, okay? You guys have a great one. All right, bye now. Yeah, W's in chat for Selvik doing the hard work with a real job versus what I do here, right? He's a good man.